Suzuka 6-hour endurance coming up in partnership with Mettlestate and RaceFace. Of course, I'm not going to be here by myself. I've roped Stephen Koenig into joining me in the booth for the Pro Splits, and we're also broadcasting the AM Splits as well. And Alan Patterson has volunteered himself to do that for the next 6 hours. I've got both of them in the booth with me now. And Alan, how are you doing, mate?
George, how are you? Yes, thanks very much. Great to be here. I think it's going to be an awesome event for the day for all our sponsors and everybody involved, as well as 50 plus cars on the track.
Absolutely, and the fact that we've got both splits streamed is absolutely awesome. So thank you so much for volunteering to do that. And of course, we've got Stephen Koenig here that's going to join myself in Pro, and where he can make himself available, we'll be jumping down into the AM splits as well. So both those links are available on the YouTube channels. RaceFace has posted them as well. Stephen, are you excited to be here?
I am so super excited. The 6-hour event has been a massive thing in the whole of SA sim racing community, and to have our sponsors on Mettlestate, ASUS, Republic of Gamers, and being part of RaceFace, I can tell you I might not be in the seat, but it sure as heck I've got goosebumps on me that makes me feel like I'm there. I'm so excited for this. And we've also got a couple of special guests on the circuit as well, so we got to remember that. So this is just turning into such an awesome, massive event.
Absolutely. So, Alan, we are going to leave you down to go and do your qualifying for your Pro or your AM splits. We've got Pro splits in quali at the moment, so we're going to jump over to that action. Best of luck to yourself and to all the AM guys. And thanks, everybody, for joining us, Alan.
Thanks.
Absolutely legend.
Cool. Thanks, George. See you later. Have a good stream, and yeah, enjoy the race.
See you, Alan.
Cheers, bud.
Right. Hi there, everyone. It's Alan Patterson on the RaceFace stream for today, and we are doing the coverage of the ASUS Republic of Gamers Suzuka 6 hours on Sunday. It's going to be a long day with a lot of awesome racing for everybody who's on board. This is partnered by Mettlestate and powered by RaceFace. Huge entry today, plus in excess of 50 teams in total, which Assetto Corsa Competizione obviously can't deal with that kind of volume. So we've had to split the entry lists into two different groups. I'm very pleased to be bringing the Pro-Am split, and my friend George G-Max Smith on the other channel is bringing you the Pro Division split stream. Excellent. So right now we're currently under qualifying conditions. Optimum track conditions, it's a 33 degree track temperature. It's a perfect day for some hot lapping. Currently watching Waldo Swiggers on the track, and times, as you can see, he's the quickest at the moment. Deltas are very close. Moloto in second place in one of the big AMG Mercedeses, 1/10 behind. Third place we've got Ottens, then Van Wyk, Van Rooyen, Bellingham, and the rest Bellingham, and the rest of the field. I've got 18 people here. I was expecting to have a few more, to be honest, so I'm not sure if some teams haven't managed to get on here. Yeah, there should have been 21, but I think either they're going to join late, or they haven't made it, or there's been technical problems. So at the moment, 18 teams are currently on the server. As Michael van Rooyen for Kai K Racing, running one of the Aston Martin, the V8 Aston Martins. And on the welcome to all the viewers on the YouTube channel. I know Steve Koenig will be popping into the studio during the course of the day. Also got a Keegan Sanderson. How's it, Keegan? And anybody else who's out there and watching, feel free to comment. That gives us at least some mutual topics to discuss, and I can possibly answer any questions you may have about the racing itself. There, 11 and a half minutes to go. I think the drivers are probably just as nervous as the organizers, us, everybody. So it'll all sort itself out as we carry on through the course of the day. Ryan Ottens in a very brightly colored Bentley. Last lap time of a 2:01. He's definitely on the pace. He's now the quickest. And the 2:01.902. Second, I have a Jaco Oosthuizen. Jaco is driving one of the V8 Aston Martin Vantages. He's timing a 2:01.992, so he's only, what's that, 9 thousandths in second place. Currently, that's the front row for the start. Third place, Waldo Swiggers, also in another Aston Martin, 2:02.65. See if I can change that. That just shows the delta differences. Okay, we'll leave that there. Fourth place. Oh, hang on, we've had a change already. Jaco Oosthuizen, he's in the pits. It's Michael van Rooyen also in the pits. So Ryan Ottens, Michael van Rooyen, and Jaco Oosthuizen. Those are the top three at the moment. Aldo Swiggers in fourth place. Then Sebo Moloto, he's currently in fifth place. He's driving, he's the highest qualifier at the moment in one of the big AMG V8 Mercedes-Benz. He is 2 tenths back, sitting on a 2:02.8. Currently up on his delta, so we're going to just stick with his lap here and see how he goes around. This should help him improve a few positions if he can finish this through the last chicane and take it over the line. Let's see what happens. He's currently at least 7 tenths by the looks of my timing board. Oh, he's nailed that last sector. Gone through the chicane well, nice and smooth, acceleration down onto the straight and coming to the start finish line. Where does that take him? Oh, that's a pole position straight up to the top. That's a great lap. Sebo Moloto currently on pole, 2:01.338, a good half a second quicker than the field. That's mega. Well done. Back down sixth place, I've got Hannes van Wyk in another Aston Martin. There's clearly a favorite car on the track today. That looks like being the Aston Martin in Division 2, Pro-Am at least. Hannes doing a 2:02.7. Seventh place, I've got in the pits, Aldo Bellingen. He's on a 2:03.087. His best was a 2:02.625. He's currently 7th. He's pulling out, and he's the first runner in the Lamborghini grid, running one of the Huracan GT3s. 8th place, I've got Daniel Venter. Daniel Venter also in an Aston Martin. He's on a 2:02.643, and he's 1.3 seconds back from Sebo's time. 9th place, Michael Leroux in another Aston Martin, doing a 2:02.643. It's very close here in the midfield, as you can see, 1.2, 1.3 seconds down from the pole, but between them they're extremely close. 10th place, Peter Oberholzer in another Aston Martin. No, Peter Oberholzer in a Golf liveried Ferrari. And he's doing his quickest at 202.748 for Peter Oberholzer. Currently 1.4 seconds down in 10th place. So that's your first 5 rows of the grid. Time, we got 6 minutes to go. 11th place, Jean-Andre Brits. And Jean-Andre Brits is driving one of the big V8 Lexus. He's on a 202.985. 1.6 seconds back, currently in the pits. 12th place, Cobus Engels. Cobus driving one of the McLarens, the McLaren 720, and he's on a 203.267. 13th position, Edouard Francis. He's in one of the Works Lexus, a 203.348 in 13th place. Next up, we've got our man Stanley Fenter, and he's out in one of the big Aston Martin V8s. Got a good Grella color scheme going there. A 203.538 for Stanley in 14th place, 7th row. 15th position, Louis Safontaine. Louis also, getting a bit close with Stanley there. Louis also in Aston. 204.455, and Louis 3 seconds back, so he's got a bit of time to make up if he can find it. 16th place, Peter Krayling, another Aston, pure blue Aston, 204.722 as he comes into the pits. 17th, Wynand Kassop. Wynand running in the gold colored McLaren. A 204.860. And 18th, I've got Warren Sheehan in one of the Boatley Bentleys with a Union Jack color scheme on the side, but red and black and white. And he's at a 205.8. 7. That's 18 cars on the track with just over 4 minutes left of qualifying to go. This is going to be an awesome race to watch. It might be Pro-Am, but trust me, they're going to be doing their ultimate best to have a good endurance race as well. Teams, I do have a coverage of the teams. I'll get into the teams in a short while. A couple of big teams that have their smaller sub teams in here. We've got Black Widow Racing with a good 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 I think cars. Lizard Motors, BWR Eagles, CNM Racing. They've got 2 teams. DRS Kai K, 3 teams. Lemons, Meraki Gaming, MNR1, Neon, SRA, MM Racing, SRA Otopis, I like that. Waldo Swiggers and Melvin Goos and Peter Krobler, etc. SRA Rookies, another TMF Kai K team, Underdogs R1, Underdogs R2, and a third WJT Kai K team. But we'll cover them as we get along in the race. It's going to be a long day, so sit back, grab yourself some coffee or tea and a couple of biscuits, and let's enjoy the race streams here. Got a change up at the front, by the way. Michael van Rooyen has in fact pipped Sebo and has gone to pole. That gap, as you can see, Michael's gone at 0.876. He's almost half a second quicker than Sebo. So Michael's got that yellow and blue Aston very well set up, and I think he's overcome his nerves issue and he's now being able to put in some solid laps here. So we have Aston, Mercedes, Bentley, Aston, Lamborghini, Aston, Ferrari, Lexus, McLaren, Lexus, Aston, McLaren and Bentley. So what we do not see anywhere today are any Porsches in Pro-Am. No one decided to take the little Porker. I'm sure there's one or two other cars that should be here that aren't here. The Lamborghini is there and the McLaren is there. So got a Merc, Bentley, Astons. Yeah, so pretty much the Porsche that's missing, but I think it's also dependent on the track. A lot of guys say that certain cars do handle better on certain tracks, and Suzuka being a very technical track that has both very technical sections as well as high-speed sections, and it's one of the only crossover tracks in the world, in fact. In other words, a distorted figure of 8. So you have opposite outside and inside curves, etc. It makes for a very challenging track, but it seems to suit the Astons and the Mercedeses, the V8 cars, possibly more than the Porsches and the Nissans, which we don't see any today. So lone Ferrari out there, Peter Webels is going to have a tough time. Also one Lamborghini. Seb was sitting in the pits. I think he's called it quits. That's going to be his starting position for the day. Daniel van Deventer is up into 3rd place. And into the pits. So everyone in the pits except for Louis Safontaine, who's just about to get onto over the start finish line. I don't think he's going to improve, but no, he stays down in 15th, and Datus Emink in the car in 16th place. Warren Sheehan in the Bentley, he's coming onto a lap, coming onto the start finish line, and there we go. That's that for quali. So we're down to 1 minute and 15 seconds before the actual race start. The beginning of the race. This is just a reminder. The ASUS Republic of Gamers Suzuka 6 hours today, partnered by Mettlestate and powered by RaceFace. Here we go. We are getting ready for the rolling start. They're going to get a short rolling start from here to the start finish line. As you can see, they are on the back straight just before the turn known as R130 or 130R. So not a long rolling start. They are starting real time on the track, which I believe is 3 a.m. in the morning. So they're going to drive from darkness out into the daytime. Everyone putting their lights on. It's an awesome looking field. And we'll be following Terence Ferreira, who is going to be starting that car in position 1. Terence Ferreira, Kenny ZA, he's part of the TMF Kai K team, and they're in pole. Next to him is Jaco Pretorius, or should be Jaco Pretorius, and he's it's got Jaco on the timing system, but the other system says Tsebo Moloto is driving the car, and they're slowing everybody up, as you can see, to try and keep them all together. Okay, that also says Van Deventer in the car, so he's in third. They're coming down onto the start-finish line now. This is a little bit of a controlled start. Everyone's got to be at the correct speeds, the correct width apart. Watching the lights, it's all red at the moment. Everyone's ready. Everyone's in their right positions, drifting over slightly, and they go. There's a green. We've got a green flag and the lights are on. And welcome to it. This is the start of the ASUS Republic of Gamers Suzuka 6 hours. Should be a nice, clean, mellow start, but knowing races, they will be races. So, looking back, there's a little bit of a coming together at the middle of the grid. But everyone seems to have got through turns 1 and 2, and they're now snaking through the S curves. And people looking to take advantage. Waldo Swigger's here right on the back of Ottens. Thinks the better of it. That's not the place to try and overtake. Everyone's just got to get their nerves settled, get 1 or 2 laps under the belt, and there's a big gap, in fact, here ahead of him. Michael van Rooyen clearly out in the lead. A couple of people running wide. Otten's going down the inside in the Bentley. He's past Seppo Moloto. So Otten's up into third place in the Bentley. Let's get the timing screens and everything sorted. And my screens will change in time. Right, up the back straight, here we go. Coming on to up to 130R. Van Rooyen in the lead. Second place, Van Deventer, Daniel Van Deventer. Third is Ottens. Fourth is Moloto. Hannes van Wyk fifth. Peter Wibbels is sixth. As they come into the last chicane before the start-finish line. We'll drop back a few cars. Watching the helicam view. Everyone's kind of single file just behind this. We've got Aldo Bellingen, in the Lamborghini, and he's challenging Peter Wibbels in the Ferrari. He's right behind him, so looking down the inside, just showing his nose there, and they peel back into single file as they go around the first corner and into the S section. So, good clean start for the race. I'm impressed. Everyone's behaving themselves. It all looks good. Kobus Engels, just behind Bellingen, is giving Michael Leroux a bit of a hard time here through the SCs. You can see Leroux's kind of feathering through there, and Engels has gone down the inside with the McLaren. There's a bit of contact. Oops. Nothing. Yeah, everyone's recovered. And Brits has got caught up. Here's a bit of a accident in the making. Right, Engels is back on. Brits recovered okay. Come on, settle down, chaps. There we go. Just dropped a few positions. Kobus Engels, relax. Yeah, we have Stanley Fenter going around the outside. Also a little bit of a nudge and bump. Through the hairpin and on the way down to spoon curves. So, Engels down to 9th now. Little bit of excitement going on there. Steve Koenig on the YouTube channel. Thank you, my man. Right. Venter and Engels dicing. We're going to stay with these two. Stanley Venter runs wide. Engels goes back down the inside. Cars look amazing as they come towards us with the lights on. Engels again. Engels. He's had a huge off through 130R. I'm not too sure what happened. I saw him go onto the grass as we were changing car positions. I think he's really damaged that McLaren. He's hit the barrier very hard. He might actually go into the pits here. I'm not too sure. Yes, he is. He's going to bring that car into the pits. It looks like he had a huge coming together with somebody, and he's hammered the barriers. Back up to the front. Let's go and see what's going on here. We've got Van Rooyen and Daniel van Deventer. These guys are pretty much nose to tail as they go through the S section, through first sector on Suzuka. As you can see, it's also starting to get light already, so it wasn't too long a dark session. I've got two Astons here, and then followed by Ryan Ottens in the Bentley. Oh, and Van Rooyen ran wide there. He's actually had a coming together on the barrier. He's now dropped his first place position, and he's dropped down to third. It's amazing as I was watching him. So Van Deventer's moved up into first. Ottens has inherited second. And yeah, Michael van Rooyen's dropped down to third. I don't think there's too much damage, but he did clout the tyre barrier just before the bridge as they went under the underpass. Car's looking a little bit rubbed up on the nose, but should be okay. So, Van Deventer's making a run for it. Daniel is out and going. Ryan Otten's trying to keep in touch in the big Bentley. Ryan Otten's also part of the DRS car team. And he is driving with Devin Delport and Steve Snow. The three of them are in this Bentley. And he's doing, runs a little wide into turn one. Manages to collect it all up and everything's good. Further down the field in sixth place, Aldo Bellingham in the Lambo. He's keeping his nose clean as he enters the S section through the first sector. Meraki Gaming. And he's the lone Lamborghini on the track. What's going on behind him? We'll go down. Edward Francis in the Lexus, currently in 8th place. Louis Safontaine down in 13th place. He's on the back of Stanley Fenter. The two Astons pretty much nose to tail as they go under the overpass and head up towards the hairpin on this very awesome technical Suzuka circuit. On the YouTube channel, Dewald Kotze, welcome my man, and he's shouting for the SRA boys. Thanks for joining, Dewald. SRA MM Racing, that would be Tommy Leary Moss and Willie Moss. And SRA O-Toppies being Peter Krobler, Waldo Swiggers and Melvin Goos. And the third team SRA rookies, Warren Sheehan, Warwick Stewart and Charles Randall. Datus Emink going around back in 17th. He's obviously going to do a drive back from there. Cobus Engels went into the pits. He's currently in 18th and being lapped already, but it's 6 hours. There's a lot of racing to happen from here. Peter Oberholzer, Blizzard Motors, currently down in 16th in the lone Ferrari. He was further up in the field, so he's had a little bit of a drama somewhere, and he's dropped down behind Wynand Kassop, who's in the other McLaren. Wynand has a little bit of a moment, and Peter Oberholzer goes past him. I'll catch these things with the cameras, it's amazing. Jean-Andre Brits up in 11th place in the Lexus. And having a good clean race, just circulating at the moment, letting all the nerves settle. Louis Safontaine behind him in the Aston is on the attack. As you can see, he's closing up on Jean-Andre Brits and going to try and make a move shortly by the looks of things. Follow these guys from the helicam and you can see they're pretty much close proximity. Gastrel on the YouTube channel, how's it? Let's go Daniel, whoop whoop. My retro esports boys are showing how it's done. Louis Safontaine following Jean-Andre Brits as they go through Spoon, and Jean-Andre sliding the Lexus a bit, but Louis also had a little moment, so he's lost that momentum as they go up the back straight towards 130R. Oh, further up, there's a move going on. Is that not sure who that is. That's Jaco Oosthuizen. Yes, Jaco Oosthuizen on the back of Waldo Swiggers. Two Astons also having a dice. There's going to be some very close racing going on throughout the day here because there's a lot of matching cars on the track. There's a bunch of at least a dozen or almost a dozen Astons, and obviously depending on how the teams have set their cars up, that's how they're going to settle down on the track. But these two are having a royal dice, heading into through Turn 1 cluster, Sector 1 on Suzuka here, and into the S sections. Oh, Serpentine running wide through the sand there. He's managed to recover it, but he's dropped 2 positions. So Jean-Andre Brits has gone ahead. It is a tricky little section. You can't push too fast through that those corners. If you don't have the timing right through the first 1 or 2 corners, it just tends to push you out all the way further up the track, and by the time you get to the 4th and 5th curve, you're so out of position, and then you have to actually lift and just let the car recover and get round there properly. Warren Sheehan here in 14th place. He's in the other Bentley, going through the hairpin. Warren Sheehan in the SRA Flyers team. Just going to go and look, see what's going on back up at the top, and it's close. Van Deventer and Ryan Ottens in the Bentley. Ryan has definitely got the Bentley setup sorted. He's got the butterflies out the way and he's busy attacking. This is going to be a close race. Sim Race Africa, morning, great to have you here. Thanks very much. Paul Gleed on the YouTube channel, thank you for joining, and thanks for the comments, Paul. Otten's now pushing hard. He's on the back of Van Deventer. Let's see how he can get through the S corners. You can see the car's in a different position, so he gets a better line through the apex here, and this is what's helping him to keep close. Much tighter on the apex there. He should have been able to get on the gas a little bit quicker here, and he's maintaining that gap. Possibly Daniel's pulled out a little bit of a gap, but see as they go down to the through the hairpin and then on their way to the bottom of the circuit known as Spoon Curve. He's very close through the hairpin, and he's gone down the inside. Oh, almost next to him. Ottens is trying everything he can, and Van Deventer definitely knows he's there, and he's under attack. They've got a bit of a gap here on Michael van Rooyen in the 3rd placed Aston Martin. And up they go up the back straight towards 130R. Currently 22 people on board. Thanks everyone for joining, and hope you enjoy the stream, and yeah, we'll have a good banter throughout the course of the day. Right, Ottens through the last chicane onto the start finish line, and it's dawn. It's getting much brighter. We'll go on board. Otton's sitting on the right-hand side in the Bentley. It's the only car in Assetto Corsa Competizione that is right-hand drive. And having driven all these cars, I must say, even as we drive right-hand vehicles in South Africa, it is extremely strange to get into the Bentley after you've driven all the other cars. Sitting on the right-hand side of the car just feels weird. There's no other way to put it. Through the S section you can see in here he's got a feather and lift, and he's got to carry some pace, as well as he's down the inside again. He's gone right down the inside. I think possibly, I don't know if Daniel van Deventer maybe lifted a bit to let him go past there, but that looked very easy. Just watching on the YouTube channel. Yes, it looks like Van Deventer he just basically lifted and hit the brakes and let Ryan Ottens just fly right past there. Joel Randall. Yes, I am alone. I believe that they are cycling through various commentators on the RaceFace site. So during the course of the day, various people are going to come and join and chat. So for now, it's just myself here. J Dev on the YouTube channel. Let's go SRA boys, do us proud. SRA boys being 3 teams from what I can see on my entry list. So yep, the SRA guys are definitely representing in full force. So Ottens clearly out on his own now. He has managed to pull a little bit of a gap, quite a big gap actually. I don't know if Michael van Rooyen was having a problem, but he's fallen back quite substantially. He's a 3.5 second gap back to him in second. Something else has changed. No, he's gone in. Daniel's in the pits actually. That's the problem. So Daniel's gone into the pits for something, and Michael van Rooyen is now up into second, with Tsebo Moloto in the Mercedes up into third place, and Aldo Bellingen giving him a hard time in the Lamborghini. So we'll watch this dice for a little bit. These two are very very close, going through the last part of the S section. So positions changing all down the field, as we expected. But look, this is a 6 hour. I'm not going to say you're going to drive this race slowly. All races are races. The race pace lap times, these guys are doing 202s, last lap time 203s, so they're within a second of their quali time. So the race pace is still quick, but you certainly can't drive slowly. It's still a race, and everybody is trying to gain positions. But the art of winning and endurance is keeping it clean and consistent, and doing maybe not the fastest race pace times there, but a consistent lap time every lap for the entire period, and nailing your pit stops. Pit stops, the time you spend off track is the biggest damaging factor in an endurance. So, you know, try not to have any accidents. Try not to damage the car, so that the stop time is reduced to a minimum. You refuel, you change tires, and you exit the pits. It's a short and sweet process. Any contact that you make, any damage that happens, that's going to, obviously if you're going to repair the damage, which you probably would, because it will probably slow the car down, so that adds to your lap time. Moloto having a bit of a moment coming out of turn 1, and Bellingen has gone past. Oh, Moloto's all over the place here. He wasn't happy through that first sector, and Hannes van Wyk in the other big Aston is now on the back of him. So Moloto having a little bit of a moment through the through sector 1. Peter Strachan on YouTube saying Daniel didn't fill up the car. Thank you, Peter. at least we know now what happened there, and that's actually a bit of a that's given them a little bit of a deficit now to make up. Daniel didn't put fuel in, so he's now currently down in 17th place after being in second. That's bad luck, but no problem. He's altered his pit strategy and his driving strategy, so let's see if that plays out for the better later on in the race. So currently watching Sebo just settling down in the big Mercedes. Had a huge moment as he went through the first sector and lost a position to Aldo Bellingham in the Lamborghini. So we have Ryan Ottens in the Bentley, first place. Michael van Rooyen, second place in the Aston Martin, and Aldo Bellingham in third place in the Lamborghini. Aldo Bellingham racing for Meraki Gaming. Let's just try and do a little check on these teams. So Michael van Rooyen, part of the TMF Kai K team. He's racing with Fraser Cooper and Terence Ferreira, who will get in the car later on. And Brian Ottens he's in the DRS Kai K team. His teammates Divan Delport and Steve Snow. So that is clearly why we are seeing a similar livery here. Ryan, they're in the Kai K DRS team, and Michael van Rooyen, similar liveried Aston. They're in the TMF Kai K team. On YouTube, Snow Villain, thanks for sharing. Ryan is my teammate. We were wondering what happened. Yeah. Okay. Eighth place, Jaco Oosthuizen, currently on a quick lap in the Aston. He's trying to make up some time. Running a little wide, but he's currently on a quick lap. His last lap was a 2:04 race pace. Currently sitting in 8th place, 2 seconds back. See the flames coming out the exhausts. As the sky gets lighter, it's dusk. Not too sure what the real time is on the track. 5.5. Sorry, there it is. It's 3:51 a.m. It's hiding behind my webcam. 5.5 hours left, so we've gone through 30 minutes of this race. And my own team, PWS, are running in a Division 1. Well, we are practicing. We obviously set up practice servers. And the guys are questioning, but why is it light? And we had to go and Google, and apparently it does. It gets light at 4 a.m. in the morning in Suzuka, Japan. So they have a very early sunrise. I think it's bright by 4:30 in the morning. Interesting. 12th place, Stanley Fenter. He's on the back of Louis Safontaine. These guys are nose to tail, 3 Astons. There's a huge race going on here. Waldo Swigger's coming under huge pressure. Let's see how he maintains. 3 Aston Martins, 3 different teams. Stanley Fenter gets a good exit there, but they're pretty much nose to tail as they head down to Spoon Curve. William Wentworth on the YouTube channel, good luck Kai K Racing. Yeah, Michael van Rooyen doing a great job there. He's currently up in 2nd place. So, well, there's going to be a move here. Swiggers had a bad exit out of Spoon, and Safontaine, oh, there's contact. Safontaine's going past. He's got to move across now to the racing line, and Stanley Fenter's also coming past. So, 2 cars. Stanley Fenter runs a little wide, so Waldo Swiggers has lost 3 positions in all of that. He's back down to 12th place. He had a really bad exit out of Spoon, and the other 2 guys just basically jumped him. Wibbeholzer just behind. Peter Wibbeholzer in the Ferrari, 13th place. This is currently a close race on the track. Further up here in 5th place, we've got Hannes van Wyk. Hannes van Wyk for BWR Griffins, and he's very close to the back of Sebo Moloto. And behind him is Michael Leroux. So these guys also quite close. BWR have as I say, they are now a massive team. Zander Klingen, the head of BWR, basically has put together, I think, the equivalent of 8 or 9 sub-teams. The BWR Eagles, BWR Griffins, the Raptors, the Wolves. Massive representation. Currently watching Hannes van Wyk, who is being partnered with Mike McGear in the Griffins team, and they are currently sitting in 5th place. They're the lead team in the BWR field team. Behind him, Michael Leroux. Michael Leroux in R Motorsport. It's Michael Ryan. Michael Leroux. No. So he's also part of the BWR Wolves, and he is racing with our good friend Martin Gibert. He'll be joining him in the Aston Martin, and they're currently in 6th, so looking good at the moment, well up in the field. That gap's kind of stretched out a little bit. Oh, let's drop down the field here. Peter Wibbeholzer, he has just gone past Waldo Swiggers, so Peter Wibbeholzer in the Ferrari has moved up to 12th position. Waldo having a bad time in this opening stint. Peter Wibbeholzer in a replica Gulf liveried Ferrari, and he's in Blizzard Motors and is racing with J.K. Minnar, who will be in the car a little bit later, I'm sure. Only 2 members in that team. Just above them, Stanley Fenter in the Dayglow Aston Martin. Stanley Fenter, oh, I see, they're called Team Lemon, so let's call it the Lemon. It's the Flying Lemon. And Stanley Fenter is driving with Jude Stewart and Craig Hunter. They're currently in 11th place. And who have I got here? Waldo Swiggers, Warren Sheehan in the other Bentley down in 14th place. So at the moment, everyone's pretty much spread out. Jaco Oosthuizen seems to have the closest proximity race on the track with Eduardo Francis, the Aston on the back of the big Lexus. Both V8s, complete different vehicles as they go through Sector 1. The split here is 7/10. It's visible as you can see it on the screen. Lights are still on, but the sky is light grey, light blue. It's getting lighter all the time. Drivers are starting to see a little bit better. We'll get in the cockpit here with Jaco Oosthuizen and you can see what it looks like. Car lights are still making an impression out ahead of the car, but looks like it's going to be an awesome day here in Suzuka, Japan. You are on board and currently watching the ASUS Republic of Gamers Suzuka 6 Hours, partnered by Mettlestate and powered by RaceFace. Just having a look at some documentation and paperwork. Ryan Otten still doing well up in the lead. He's got a very healthy 8.5 second lead now over Michael van Rooyen. So as long as he doesn't overdrive the Bentley or do something wrong, causing a spin or maybe run off track, he's slowly but surely egging out a good solid lead over the Kai teammates. Michael van Rooyen in second place in the Aston. And third place is Aldo Bellingen in the Meraki Gaming Lamborghini Murcielago. And they're 6 seconds back behind Michael. So first, second and third pretty much spread out. Seppo Moloto in fourth place in the Mercedes, another 5 seconds back. But right behind him, as you can see, is Hannes van Wyk, and Hannes has got a huge drive out of Spoon. He's in the draft. Is he going to move out for 130R or is he going to sit there? Oh, he's staying behind him. I'm sure Tsepo's just got mirror full of lights of Van Wyk's Aston as they come to the last chicane. They go over to complete another lap. They've now all completed 16 laps, so 16 laps in 35 minutes. So they're going to be doing about 30 laps for an hour. Expected 5 pit stops on the hour, unless they're going to have a different strategy. Any teams possibly running a lower fuel rate, but otherwise I'm sure they're all just going to try and minimize the time in the pits. It'll be 5 pit stops, and that'll be that. You should be sitting pretty when you get to the end of the race. So Hannes van Wyk now dropped off a little bit. He did get very close, but he's still there. Let's see how it goes from here. YouTube channel got 30 people on board. Feel free to post and comment, everyone. It's great to have you on board. Snow Villain also note myself and Divan are honored to have Ryan as our teammate. He's miles quicker than us, so we're hoping to get personal bests to keep Ryan in contention. That's awesome. And thanks for the commentary. You're welcome. Run. Ryan Otten. So that's in the DRS car, Devon. So that's Steve Snow. Snow Villain. Steve, I got you, man. Thank you. Right. Hannes van Wyk back up and in the vicinity of the back end of Sebo Moloto's Mercedes. I'm not quite sure what has happened on the Div 1 race. I can only see 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 cars in that race. I can't even see my own team. So I don't know, there might have been a failure or a problem somewhere, but there should be at least 20 or 22 cars in that race, and there's only 13. So very bad luck for a couple of other teams. I don't know what's happened there. Thanks, William. Gavin Devereaux, great stream, thank you. And go car number 90. Let me catch up with you. Car number 90, it's Vainant. They're down in 16th at the moment. He's in one of the big 720, the McLarens. Gold liveried car. We raced one of these in the Silverstone 12 hours a couple of weeks back. Very quick car, very slippery, very fast. Vanant, 15th position, and lapping, last lap, his best was a 205, last was a 206. So in comparison with the leaders who are doing 202.4s, he's 202.4s. He's 3-4 seconds a lap slower than the leaders, but he's circulating and he's on the track and he's doing well. Car number 4 at the moment, Waldo Swiggers in 12th place, has just done his best personal lap, doing a 204.7. And that Aston, that bonnet is looking a little loose, so there's been a bit of contact with that car somewhere along the way. Also the back end looking a bit scratched up, so I expect he's going to take a slightly longer pit stop than normal to do some repairs. You can see the bonnet is slightly moving. Michael Luru currently on a quick lap. R Motorsport. And he's up on his Delta, so he's pushing in 6th place, trying to make up some time. Hannes van Wyk just ahead of him, still within pouncing distance of Tsepo Moloto in the Mercedes, so we'll keep an eye on them. There you can see them at the bottom of the screen. And Michael Leroux just behind them. Jandre Brits in the Lexus in 9th place. He's out all on his own. Got Louis Safontaine just behind him in the Aston though. And that gap's 1.4 seconds. Hannes van Wyk dropping, it's 2 seconds back from Malotto in the Mercedes. So just settling down for a few laps here. Still got all 18 cars out on the track, which is a great thing. There's more cars on the track here than there are in the Pro division. I'm seriously I don't understand what's happened in the other stream, but there's been a big problem somewhere because there were 20 or 21 cars there, and I can only see 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 cars on the live stream there. So looking around in the various chat channels, I can't see people are complaining or saying that there's been issues, but clearly something's happened. Hannes coming through the last chicane onto the start-finish line, and Malotto's now pulled out a good 2.5 second gap, so Malotto's driving away from him right now. Up at the start, in the leaderboard, Ryan Ottens in the Bentley up at the top. He's now almost 11 seconds clear of Michael van Rooyen. Ryan Otten's doing a great job keeping his nose clean. At Bentley looks how it did when it started, and coming up to lap one of the back markers. I think that's possibly Datus. Yes, so Ryan has passed Engels, Kobus Engels, and for 18th he's passed J.K. Minnar in the Ferrari, and he's coming up to the back of Datus Immink. So Ryan's starting to lap the field in the big Bentley. And as he goes past him on the main straight, it's a good pass, no problems. None of the cars put under any serious danger. So Ryan goes on to another lap, currently on lap 21. And Aldo is in the pits from 3rd place. So let's watch this and see. This is a different strategy. I thought all the teams would try and stretch their runs to on the hour. This tells me that they weren't running a full tank. They probably ran a 3/4 or maybe a half to 3/4 tank. They're stopped static in the pit, so let's see how long this pit stop is. Currently sitting with them as they wait for fuel, possibly getting tires done as well. Our animation process doesn't show that when we're watching from the broadcast view or from outside view, so not too sure what is actually happening. But they're down to 8th. I saw the car bounce, so possibly that was it coming off the jack, so that means a tire change. 10th position, still static. They're probably brooming it now, so they're going to fill this car. And there they go, 11th place. So next up is Valdo Swiggers coming down the main straight. And Aldo Bellingham's coming out the pits. There he is. So Waldo's gone past. Sheehan in 13th place, just behind in the Bentley. So that's second place down to 12th place for Waldo in the Lambo. And they're back out on the track. New tyres probably, and definitely a full load of fuel. So that was the first pit stop. I'm going to try and keep a note of these. Bellingham. Here we go. That's for Meraki Gaming. One pit stop. I'll keep track of these pit stops and see how things go through the course of the race. Okay, so straight away he's caught up to the back of Waldo and he's going past him, exiting the hairpin down to Spoon Curve. Waldo Swigger's lifting a little and letting him go past. So Aldo back up to 11th position, going through Spoon Curve. Clearly very comfortable in the car and on his way. Right, let's see what else is happening. 45 minutes into the race. Daniel van Deventer. Oh, look at this. Next to each other. This is for 13th place. Van Deventer goes past Sheehan. Aston taking the position from the other Bentley as they come into the chicane, the last chicane before the start-finish straight. So Daniel van Deventer moving up into 13th position. So JK also had a very early pit stop. So just for anybody who is interested, although I'm sure everyone knows what's what, but on the timing screen at the top left of your screen, you can see just next before the delta times is a little yellow column with a digit 5 for most of the teams. Excuse me. So that is your pit stop count. This race, the rules have required a compulsory 5-stopper for all the teams. So that's why I keep on going on about having a pit stop on the hour in a 6-hour event will total 5 pit stops. You can see already Bellingham in 11th, his number's on 4, and Van Deventer's on 4 as well as Minnar. So they've essentially done a pit stop already, and there's one coming off their total. So the latest one that I don't actually have then is it's Daniel van Deventer, who we're currently watching. It's for Team Neon. He's racing with Ruan Annandale, so they've had a pit stop. So far 3 cars have pitted, and we're at 50 minutes into the race. So Van Deventer comfortably up into 12th. Waldo Swiggers just behind in 13th place now. This is the closest proximity racing on the track. Everything looking good otherwise. Stream's running smoothly. I'm sure George is running okay. Everything looks good on their channel. I'm just intrigued as to why so many teams are missing out of that race. Love to hear what happened there. If anybody knows, maybe you can post a comment in our YouTube channel. Steve, do you by any chance have an idea of what the stint limits are, or is it just pot stop based? I'd say it was discussed by the organizers, and they decided to remove driver stints this race. We had it in the previous endurance, and there was some issues where certain drivers put in more times. Obviously, A drivers or gold drivers, quicker drivers, put in more race time than their teammates, and a couple of the other teams didn't. Excuse me. A couple of the other teams didn't think that was fair, so they have removed the driver stint timing system, and they've said the team or the car needs to pit. So you could essentially have Daniel van Deventer in this Aston drive for 4 hours, and his teammate, who would be, let's say, Ruan Annandale, get in and drive for 2 hours or something to that effect. There's no limit on the driver stint times in this race. It's been removed, and it's purely based on how much fuel the car can carry, and the fact that you have to therefore pit for 5. You have to make 5 pit stops. That's it. So I hope that clarifies that. Gesundheit, thank you. Sorry. Yes, just had a little frog in my throat. Oh, what's going on here? Bellingen in a Lambo, he's just had a big off from 11th, and Van Deventer's passed him, so he missed his braking point coming into the hairpin, and he's thrown away that 11th place, although he's right on the back of Daniel, so I'm sure he's going to take that position back, but he just kind of looked like he messed up his braking point and was coming around the hairpin on the grass. Alright, so apparently my team in Div A is running. They're in 15th. There was some collision early on in the race. They had to pit with 1 minute's worth of damage, so it's all going on. I will be back in 30 seconds. I'm gonna just go and get some water. Right, and back. I see Bellingen's already gone past, so he's taken that position back. Ryan Ottens now 18 seconds out in first place as we come up almost on the hour. So I think there's going to be a couple of pit stops happening in the next couple of minutes. I love the engine sound, the engine note on the Lambo and the Audi. It makes. I actually enjoy all of them, but it's that screaming tone. You know, it's the nearest I can get to a renowned Mazda 787 4-pot rotary. Race volume is too low. I agree. I'm going to try and fix this. Hang on, guys. Need to increase. Oh, wait. I can do it there. Okay. Thank you for that, Vivian Richards. Let's turn up the race sounds. Except the commentary is going to be loud, so I'm going to have to do this on volume. So hold on 2 seconds. Let's just go into options, audio, master can go to 30, boom, back, drive, that should be better. Please confirm that you can hear and everything sounds a little bit better there. Cool, thank you. Awesome sound. Can't hear the engine sound from here. Okay, we're good. Steve, incident with Van Rooyen, he ran into a back marker. Okay, thank you for the update. Now we know what happened. Three minutes, 3.5 minutes to go to the hour. Otten's now 30 seconds out in the lead. Maloto up into second place. There's been a change that we didn't see. Van Rooyen just behind, so this has been a recent change that I possibly missed. I'm sorry. By a donkey. How's it, Rob, on the YouTube channel? You gotta also love the sounds of the almighty V8s, the Astons and the Mercs as they come past. They sound fantastic. Right, pit. Daniel van Deventer is in. Note this down. This is Retro Sim Neon. Neon. And Deventer. I've got them in the pit. So this is a second pit stop for these guys. I wonder what's going on here. Oh, Van Rooyen's in. Here they come. Kassop, Van Rooyen, LaRue. 4 cars in. I'm not going to be able to keep up now, but we'll see the numbers. Yep, everyone's coming in. So pit stop on the hour. Otten's still out in the lead. He's just gone past the other Bentley of Orange Sheehan in 13th position. And going on the inside of Waldo Swiggers through Spoon. Waldo getting given the blue flags and just keeping out the way. And Otten's doing a great job in the pass. So the current 4th place car, Michael van Rooyen, is in the pits. They are all still static, so this is definitely tyre change and a full tank. The other car's just gone on the ground and he's pulling out of the pits. And that's a driver change. I see Fraser Cooper is now in this in the Aston. So driver change has happened. Great job. So there we've seen Michael van Rooyen do a 60-minute stint. Fraser Cooper now in the car, and we'll see how he goes. Just going to keep an eye on my timing system to see if it changes or if I need to restart it. It looks like I've got to restart this, so just give me 2 secs. There it is here. Okay, there we go. Yep, so Razor Cooper now in the car. Ryan Ottens. Tsepo's in the pits. Tsepo Maloto. Let's see if this is going to be a driver change or if he's going to stay in the car. From second place. So third place, Jaco. Fourth place, Hannes van Wyk, also in the pits. So, Edward Francis from fifth. Jean-Andre Brits, there's a whole pile back in the pits. Yes, Wentworth has not got in the car. So, Zepp was changed, driver change. Van Wyk, we're just watching his car. Yes, Mike McGee is currently in. So, everyone doing a driver change on the hour. Looks good. Thanks, Steve. Okay, just gonna let everything play itself out for now. Let all the pit stops go through. Ryan Otten still in the car. So what I can tell you, for those of you who aren't aware of this, and this isn't going to help them much, as I see Cooper having a little bit of a moment in the Aston and Mike McGeer closing in on him. This is for 6th and 5th place. Mike's going to go past almost. Cooper running defensive, going into Spoon. Okay. We'll see, yeah, up the main straight. So the Bentley apparently has a larger fuel tank, so it can run a slightly longer stint. However, you still need to make 5 pit stops. Doesn't matter if you can run 1.5 hours and all the other cars can only run an hour. That means in the last hour, the Bentley's going to go in and out of the pits 4 times or 3 times, whatever it may be. Oh, okay, it's not going to all accumulate in the last couple of hours, but the point I'm getting at is he should be coming into the pits pretty soon as well, to keep the sequence of their pit stops. And as I say that, he drives into the pits. So there we go. Good luck, Steve, just about to get in the car. Thanks for joining us on the YouTube channel and for the feedback, guys, both as drivers and as supporters. I'll do my best to bring you as close a coverage as possible. Mike McGee is on it here. These guys are close to each other. He's right on the back of Razor Cooper, as you can see. Just gone through the first sector, the S-Bends. 2 Astons very evenly matched and very close on the track. Just a reminder for any new people that have joined us, you are watching the ASUS Republic of Gamers Suzuka 6 Hours, which is partnered by Mettlestate and powered by RaceFace. This is a 6-hour endurance race on the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform. I think the entry field is in the vicinity of 52 or 53 teams, and this is the Pro-Am division, and my counterpart commentator George G-Max Smith is on the Pro live stream, also on the YouTube channel. Right, back with you. Hey, Charles. How's it going? Melvin Curse and Warwick Stewart, driver changes, etc. You're currently watching Mike McGear on the back of Fraser Cooper, and these guys have come up to Stewart, who's actually he's getting lapped here in the Warwick Stewart in the Bentley, and trying to keep out of the way, but these guys have caught him in the worst place possible on Suzuka, so we'll keep an eye on this lot as they come through the underpass down to the hairpin, and then they head down to Spoon. I saw just now Melvin Close is he's done a driver change. He's in the 15th place, but I possibly saw a drive-through, but I don't know if it was a mistake or if it's been removed. So at the moment I can't see it. Yuval Kotze saying, smash it, Warren. Here's my mouse. Here we go. So, in first place, Jaco Oosthuizen. Quick update, Steve Snow now in the car, in the Bentley in second. And Aldo Bellingen, he's still in the Lamborghini. So possibly doing a double stint. Fourth is William Wentworth. William Wentworth in the Mercedes. Mike McGear, fifth place in the McLaren, in the Aston. And seems he's got past Fraser Cooper, as we can see. Then the rest of the field. Warwick Stewart currently, or supposedly in the Bentley, however, they're in 14th, yes. And just behind Melvin Goos in the Aston Martin in 15th place. So some driver changes have all happened. Everything seems to have gone smoothly. One or two hasn't happened. I see Aldo in the Lambo still in the car, but I'm sure later on there'll be some driver changes still happening there. JK Minnow also still in the car. Datus Emink is in. He's in 13th place here in the blue Aston. Paul Gleed, he's in the McLaren. And Daniel van Deventer is in 17th place and keeping himself going there. Who have I got here? Right, what we are going to attempt to do is bring a couple of drivers in for some driver interviews, so just bear with me here. I can see some drivers hanging around. First we're going to have a chat to Vainant from Underdogs 2. Let me see if I can get him in the channel. Hold on 2 seconds. Yo, Vainant, are you there, my man?
Yeah, I'm here.
How are you, buddy? Thank you for joining us in the commentators booth. How was your stint? How did you find that session?
My stint was fun. I had a few incidents, but I can't complain too much.
Awesome. And the car, is it handling okay? Is everything good? Is the track okay? Nothing catching you out?
The track was a bit cold, so I did spin a few times with cold tires.
Yeah.
But other than that, the rest is perfect on the car.
Awesome, man.
We spent the entire week to get a setup correct.
Yes.
So that's working brilliantly for us.
And who's in the car now? That's
It's Paul Gleed.
It's Paul Gleed who's currently in, right?
Yeah, he is actually one of our fastest drivers for the team.
Okay, so we're gonna hope to see him try and make up some time for you guys.
Hopefully, yes.
Oh, that's cool, man. Let's see how it goes. And what's
you.
your driver stint changing? What have you guys decided to do? Are you doing 3 and 3?
No. We do. Yeah, I'm doing 3 and 3. He's doing this one. Then it's gonna be the other guy's name? Gavin something. I can't
Yes.
remember.
Okay. That's Gavin Devereaux.
Yeah, and then we're switching back to Paul, and then Gavin again, and then me the last one.
Okay, cool, man. All right.
It's gonna be
Good.
fun.
Listen, thanks for joining me. I will catch up with you a little bit later.
Thank you.
Thanks,
enjoy,
Vainant.
enjoy the commentating, guys.
Thanks, sir. Cheers.
Cheers.
Bye. Awesome. So that was Vainant from Team Underdogs 2 joining us in the booth. Having a look at the times. Currently, Jaco Oosthuizen, Deerwald up to, yes, Warwick, got you. I was looking for him. So Warwick Stewart currently on the track. We get the controls back here. Go. Steve Snow in second place here in the big Bentley. A little bit of a whip around the hairpin there, and 20 seconds down the road, Aldo Bellingen in the Lambo. Joel Randall saying on YouTube, I think we have a bigger internal battle in the team. SRA rookies versus the SRA Otoppies. Well, share and let us know what you mean there, Shoal. Fraser Cooper still having a close race here. Paul Gleed's running a little bit wide in the McLaren, as we see in the background. Fraser Cooper hanging on to the back of Mike McGear. They've just gone past Paul Gleed, so these guys are lapping him. We'll keep an eye on this battle for a few minutes and see how they do. Edward Francis saying, go Team MNR. I'm going to see if I've got somebody else I can pull in for an interview here. Hold on a second. It's Kusler, it's Corbus Engels from Underdogs. Let me see if I can get him here. Corbus, are you there, my man?
Yes, I'm here.
Corbus, how are you? Welcome to the commentators booth for Div. How was your first stint in the car, sir?
It was nice. You know, we had a bit of an incident or two in the first 3 laps,
Okay.
but we fell back, had severe damage, and then my power tripped right before I had to do the driver swap.
Oh
So,
no.
yeah.
Oh no. Sure.
Yeah,
So
that's why
what
we
happened now?
fell out. Well, we called it. I mean, I was out for 50 minutes, and we called it to say, you know what, we're always going to be back markers. We're not going to make that time up, those laps up, you know, in the hours that's left.
Yeah.
So we're here to have fun, but it's not going to be fun to always concentrate on letting other guys have a good race. So
Yes.
we'll rather eliminate ourselves.
Shame, man. That was bad luck, man. So you
Yeah,
guys
bad
have
luck, but it
actually,
happens.
you've withdrawn the car completely.
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh dear. Oh, bummer, man. Well, listen, thanks for at least giving it a good go. And, you know, hopefully the next time that we've got an endurance, you guys will have better luck there, man.
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, enjoy the rest of your Sunday, whatever you're going to get up to. Maybe stay on board and watch the streams with us, and have a good day further, my man.
Good. Thanks, Stephen.
Cool. Take care.
You too.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, that's bad luck. So that was Quibus Engels. They had a power failure for underdogs, and they've withdrawn their team. Very unfortunate. So Div Pro-Am is down to 17 cars at present, and that's for 1 hour 15 minutes gone. Just getting some comms set up properly here again. Oh, I had a little problem with Discord. Just give me a second, people. As we're just watching on board, there's another stop go for Warwick Stewart, so possibly speeding in the pit lane, or maybe running too wide on a couple of the corners. Go. Getting my screen shared here quickly. Okay, should get that all sorted. Is Paul Gleed from Cape Town? Vivian, I cannot answer that question. I will attempt to find that out for you, and I will get back to you on that, sir. Watching Jaco Oosthuizen peel into the pits here from first place. So, not sure if this is a scheduled stop or if there's a problem somewhere, but we'll find out. So, he's going to lose first position. Steve Snow goes past in the Bentley and back into first place for Team Kai K Racing. A couple of cars. Data Semenk also in the pits. Warwick Stewart has brought the car back into the pits. This is a stop-go, 30-second stop-go. This penalty will have been issued either for a possible speeding in the pit lane or possibly too many off-track excursions. I'm not exactly sure, but there we go. His stop-go has been cleared, and he's rolling back out and is on his way. Craig Hunter. Oh, these guys are very close to each other, as you can see. Craig Hunter's... ooh, there's a dive down the inside. Wow, that was a... Who was that? Craig Hunter. JK Minnow in the Ferrari doing a big dive down the inside of the hairpin. Craig Hunter's on the back of Werner Francis in the Lexus. Runs a little too wide. JK is going to go down the middle, down the inside, and he has. So JK Minnow goes past. He's defending. The Lexus goes down the inside and defends his line. That I think is Werner Francis, but they've gone right past. They must be lapping. Right, this is very close. We're going to stay on board with this. Oh, there's a touch. Oh, they've bumped and touched and turned each other around. JK Minnow's got turned around. Craig Hunter's actually stopped and waited for him, which is great teamwork. So well done there. I think it's from what I saw, Craig Hunter was going down the inside into the last chicane. Yes, he tipped the back of the Ferrari, turned everything around, but he did a great job of waiting for JK Minnow to get the Ferrari turned around and get going. So well done to everyone involved there. That was awesome. I see Peter Krayling's got to drive through now in 16th place. This has to have been possibly for speeding. I'll find out the details on these penalties a little bit later. Sorry about the delay just now. I had a little bit of a hang up with Discord and it shut itself down. All should be back to normal and everything should be running how it should. Just watching Peter Krayling have a bit of a moment coming out the hairpin back there. So, what else is going on? NJ Westhuizen, currently in 10th place, racing for C&M Racing in the Lexus. And just ahead of them, Werner Francis, he's in the other Lexus. Werner Francis for MNR1, partnering Edouard Francis. So these must be brothers or maybe father son. I'm not sure. Somebody can possibly tell us on the YouTube channel. Mike McGeer in 4th place. And Fraser Cooper, that gap is extended. It's about 2.5 seconds now, as you can see on the track. So Mike's slowly edging away from Fraser. Few seconds up the road, 8 seconds up the road from Mike is William Wentworth in the big thundering Mercedes as he goes up the back straight towards 130R. He is chasing Aldo Bellingen, who's now going over the start-finish line. He's a good couple of seconds up the road. Aldo now going on to his 40th lap. And he is 8 seconds behind Steve Snow, who is just going through turn 1 and into the first sector S-bends. So the Bentley doing really well. Peter Krayling here being lapped. Peter Krayling in 17th, having a little bit of a moment going through turn 1. We'll follow from behind Steve Snow, and watch his lines as he does a lap around Suzuka. You gotta love the sound of that Bentley. Makes an amazing sound. Whoops. Steve outbraked himself into the chicane there. Slowed enough down so that he doesn't get any sort of a build up to a penalty for off-track excursion. He was coming up to lap Westhuizen in the Lexus. You can see what that's done though. That's halved that gap back to Bellingen in the Lambo. It's now down to 3.5 seconds from 8 seconds. So Steve Snow's caused himself a little bit of a drama. Bellingen can now see him up ahead. And I tell you what, oh, here's Wentworth. Okay, it was the wrong Mercedes. So yeah, there we go. Bellingen, Aldo Bellingen, there's Snow just ahead as they go through the S-bends. So it's a very close race here for first and second, considering we're 1.5 hours into the race. Everyone, as you can see, has done a pit stop. Van Deventer has done 2 pit stops. He's on number 3. So, as I was saying earlier, it's not going to help you to either accumulate or not accumulate. The car can only carry so much fuel. So, once its tanks running on the big E and you've got a flashing light, you have to go into the pits and you've got to do your pit stop. Oh, Snow's had another incident. Here we go. There's a driver. This is for position. Bellingen has just passed Steve Snow for first place. Snow ran wide into Spoon, very wide, and Bellingen keeping it on the racing line. He has jumped at the opportunity and he's gone up into first place. So Steve Snow making a mistake there and throwing a good 8-second lead out the window. He's now in second place. Wonder if he's having a problem in the car, perhaps, or if it's just a concentration issue. Kralin behind in the Aston is a lap or 2 laps down here, and in fact he's on 3 laps down, and kind of jumping on the back of Stephen Snow and almost wanting to unlap himself at this rate. So I don't know, possibly Steve's having an issue in that Bentley. Okay, so we'll just keep an eye on this. This is a developing move going on. Not sure what happened. Then there he runs wide into the hairpin. Steve's not happy in the Bentley, that's for sure. Kralen's almost went down the inside, but he outbraked himself. He was on the grass. It was almost a big moment for Steve Snow. Further back, all the gaps are looking consistent. So, and yeah, Kralin is literally trying to unlap himself here. He's going down the inside as they go up to 130R. Snow's, no, he hasn't. He's going for his position. So Kralin's lifted. He's taking very, very direct lines through the chicane. So that gap up to Bellingen is now stretched out to almost 4.5 seconds. So there's something going on. Just checking on the YouTube channel, everyone there? Yes, okay, all good. 29 people here, so hope you guys are enjoying the live coverage. Feel free to talk away if you want to ask any questions or send any wishes to anyone. William Wentworth, okay, he's in the pits. Aldo Bellingen has finally put the Lambo in the pits. So Steve back up into first place. William Wentworth is up into second. Oh, and they both run wide. Even old Peter Kralin, who was following right behind Snow, he ran wide as well in the Lamborghini. So Aldo Bellingen currently 6th in the pit still. Here he comes. And he's with Safontaine also in the pits. Louis Safontaine from 13th place. So they both roll out now. 7th place. KJ Minnow in the Ferrari in 8th is only on the back straight at 130R. So that's Aldo going in and doing a pit stop and a fuel refuel and coming out from 1st to 7th place. Steve Snow back in the lead in the Bentley, but doing some very strange things in the car. So we'll try and find out a little bit later after a driver change. Let's have a look, see if we've got anybody. Snow going through turn 1. Peter Kralin having a little tank slapper as he goes through the exit of turn 1, but he's still there. So as you can see on the pit stops, Bellingen is in 7th place in the Lambo, having had 2 pit stops of his required 5. So he's still got 3 to go, but the fact he's had 2 after 1.5, and Snow has a huge moment coming out the exit of the S-Bends. So what I was saying is, it looks like Bellingen is going to, they maybe ran, oh yes, I think at the beginning of the race the car wasn't full or didn't have enough petrol possibly, so they had to pit to fill it up. That's why there was an extra pit stop. So I expect them, they will probably do a 6 pit stops in this race, if possibly. We'll have to see how that goes. Eddie Francis, yes. I'm not too sure where that room has gone. Just watching. Oh yes, Peter Kralin going down the inside of Spoon. Had a little coming together, but he has passed Snow. There was a huge slide for Snow. He's definitely having some issues, or he's just getting used to the car. Hello Ryan Hill on YouTube, just popped through. Hope you're having a great stream and race. Well, it's as good as it can be, my man. Thank you very much, Ryan. All going well. Considering we're running a bunch of servers and I'm live streaming, it's a good machine. And this is running on an ASUS ROG Strix motherboard, by the way. This race is the ASUS Republic of Gamers Suzuka 6 Hours, partnered by Mettlestate and powered by RaceFace. Just checking who might be available for an interview. Yes, I've got Edward Francis. Hang on a second. Edward, are you there, my man?
Yeah, boy, yes. How are you doing this morning?
Good. How are you, sir? Thank you for coming into the booth and having a little chat with me. How was your stint?
We had a very good start. Went from 13th qualifying to 7th due to guys having a bit of accidents and spins.
Yes.
My other driver is now in the car, sitting in 10th. Yeah, no serious issues yet.
That's awesome. So keeping it all clean and doing well. Edward, what's the relationship with Werner?
He's my younger brother.
Okay, so you're brothers.
Yeah, and we are fielding the second of the Monday night racing teams. Other team is up in the pro server.
Okay.
And yeah, just a little bit of advertising for Monday night, you know,
Lovely.
trying to get new guys into racing. And my brother is still quite new to the sim racing scene, so
Okay.
I thought, partner up with him, give him a good experience in a long proper race.
Excellent. He's currently doing 207s on the track. Are you guys liking the Lexus? Is that your car of choice?
I know anybody who races against me would know I'd pick a Porsche before any other car.
Okay.
But you pick the car that suits your team, you know.
Very
and
good. Yes.
we did a lot of testing and found he was most consistent in the Lexus. So that's what we decided to run.
Excellent. Okay, makes good sense. Obviously, as I said earlier on the stream, every car suits a track, or a track is suited to different cars. And strangely enough, but surprisingly, there are no Porsches in the race today.
Look, doesn't surprise me for the AM lobby. The Porsche is a bit of a beast. If you're not a good sim racer yet, the Porsche will be a bit of a struggle.
Yeah.
I'd like to see if there's any Porsches in the pro server, but maybe people falling a bit out of love with the Porsche.
Yeah, who knows? I was just watching Werner having a little bit of an incident here with Westhuizen in the other Lexus, but always run wide.
Ooh, yeah, no, he's gone off at Spoon.
Oh, okay, he's kept
But
it. Okay,
it's a 6-hour race. I mean,
Yes.
we're only what, hour 40 into the race.
Correct.
So
Long race.
bleeding a
ahead.
position here or there is not a problem.
Definitely.
He's also, unfortunately, his mirrors, he can't seem to get them toggled on, so he's a bit lost as to who's close to him.
Okay.
I should actually get back to spotting him.
Cool. Well, thanks for joining me, by the way, and try and come back later. Ask Werner to
No,
come and join us later as well.
I'll definitely pass the message along, and I'll pop in after my next stint.
Good.
We're only 2 drivers per M&R team, so
I see that.
we cycle every pit stop.
Okay.
And get 3 stints each.
Cool.
But have fun on the stream, and we'll chat later.
Excellent. Have a good race, sir.
Cheers.
Cheers. Bye. Awesome. So that was Werner Francis's bigger brother. Checking the YouTube channel. Geraldine Nordia, hello, watching all the way from Walvis Bay, and here shouting for the man Melvin Goos. Melvin Goos currently in 12th place in the big Aston Martin, and doing well. Vivian Richards, anybody here watched the Mozambique live stream last night? No idea. Hannes van Wyk, hello. Shouting for McGregor, BWR. Hannes was in the car just now, I think. Great drive. Hannes from, I think if it's the Hannes from Griffins, Team BWR. Part of Zander Klingen's big team. Back up to the leaders. Steve Snow still in the lead, but, and I say this very carefully, there's a whole lot of things going on in second and third place. Mike McGee is in second in the Aston and 5.86 seconds behind Steve Snow, but William Wentworth is in third in the Merc and has caught right up to the back of Mike McGee, and behind him Fraser Cooper in the other Aston. So this is second, third and fourth place as you see it on the screen. So we're going to stay with these guys for a bit and watch how this race progresses with these guys. Oh, and as I say that, Mike runs wide into the last chicane. It's given William Wentworth a huge run on him onto the start-finish line. And they're side by side. Mike going down the inside. He's going to run a defensive line into turn 1. Trying to maintain his position there, but yeah, look at that. William's just gone right past. Oh, no, he hasn't. He's hit the brakes. Mike's left his braking until the last minute and makes it into turn 1. And the positions are still the same. Second, third and fourth. Fraser Cooper just watching from fourth place and waiting for the drama to happen here, and he's just going to jump on them. Interesting. So just got a little bit of feedback from the Div A stream. For those of you who might not know, Jardir, the big YouTube streamer, Hanzik, apparently had issues for co-driver and Jardir's pedals stopped working. So he's apparently gutted that he couldn't race, and he's not here. That's bad luck. Up the back straight here. A whole change has just happened. Steve Snow again went very wide through his spoon. Mike McGee has caught him and passed him. And you now have 4 cars in the same picture, and this is for first to fourth place. You guys are getting the best stream here, let me tell you. The race isn't like this in the other division. And Steve runs wide in the Bentley. Oh, he just kept it off the barrier as you saw. So wow, he's definitely having some dramas. Mike McGee out in the lead as he goes into turn 1 now. William Wentworth just behind in the Mercedes. Third place, Fraser Cooper, and Steve Snow dropped down to fourth place. There we have it. Huge change. YouTube, Donnie Viljoen all the way from Mafeking. Go Safontein. Thanks for joining, gents. Simrace Africa, SRA rookies will do a 3-hour per driver stint. And then there'll be other changes. Donnie Viljoen, don't know if it's possible, but can you perhaps FPV on some drivers so we can get a feel for the racing? First person. Sure, Donnie, let's do this, my man. We're going to go with Fraser, who's chasing down William Wentworth. So this is more or less the kind of view. Let's stay on board for a lap or 3 and see how he does here. Danny shouting obviously for Louis Safontaine, so we'll drop down to him. Here's Louis in one of the big V8s. Aston's on board. We'll see what his lines look like. Going back up to third place, Fraser Cooper on the tail of William Wentworth in the Mercedes, as you can see through the first sector, the S section. Car drifts wide as you accelerate. You've got to bring it across to the left and then brake and hook this little kink, and then hard on the brakes, drop it 2 gears under the underpass, and you head up towards the hairpin, braking just after this curb. Climb on the brakes, swing it round, don't run wide, stay on the apex, accelerate smoothly, and we head out and on our way down to Spoon Curve. This also tends to pull the car out to the side, so you've got to be sure you're still well positioned on the track. Brake right here, turn left into Spoon, drop 2 gears to third, carry some momentum, maybe down to second, then you accelerate out onto the back straight. He's close, but not close enough for attack, but let's see as they go through 130R. Then it's a little sprint and straight down to the last chicane before the start finish line. It's a good braking point position change here if you can make it, but he's pulling in behind him, braking hard to take the right left chicane, ride the curbs a little bit and onto the start finish line for another lap. Mike McGear out by 4 seconds from William Wentworth. Fraser right behind him. Steve Snow has dropped off this lot. Steve Snow coming down. Oh, here he is, moving back across into the braking zone. He's had 1 or 2 moments here and there, so he's dropped back to 7 seconds, and that's allowed Sculpina, who's in 5th place in the Aston. He's catching. Oh, and Snow's had a moment through the S-Bends. He's really struggling in this Bentley. We're going to have to try and talk to him and see what's going on just now. Either there's a problem with his rig, or there's a problem with that setup. I don't get it. Sculpina going down the inside through the exit of the S-Bends and down towards the underpass. He's going around the outside. He has in fact passed Steve Snow. So Steve's essentially hemorrhaged 5 positions in the space of 2 to 3 laps. That tells me he's got a huge problem. There's something wrong with that car. Robert on YouTube, push Kai K Racing, bring it back snowy. Rob, you got to try and find out, if you are in contact with somebody, try and find out why is Steve having such a drama. He's really not happy in this car, man. He runs wide again. Well wide. Maybe he's had a failure on a brake pedal or something. Maybe there's something was wrong with the pedals, possibly. Car's definitely... Look how he's moving around. I don't know. I don't know what to say. He's not nailing apexes. He's running wide. There's something wrong here. If anybody else in his team can maybe share with us what's going on or what's happened. Next up to catch him is Aldo Bellingham in the Lambo. And he's a good couple of seconds back. Melvin Coase in 11th place, doing really well, bringing the car back up the grid. He's coming up to the back of Steve Snow, so this is an attempt to unlap him, or to at least carry on going up the field to unlap himself. Melvin's currently a lap down, 51 laps. The lead is Mike McGear and everyone else on 52. But look how quick he's caught up to the... Oh, he's run wide, Melvin. Oh, that was a bad luck move, that. I could see that coming. That he ran very wide through that chicane and he's collected Steve Snow. So, where is Steve? Okay, he's slowly getting going, possibly stalled it and had to restart the car. Oh, that was a bad luck. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Melvin threw a pass down the inside, was on the rough and couldn't bring the Aston. He couldn't slow it down. Thanks, Rob. Geraldine Odia on YouTube. Come on, Warwick Stewart. Come on, Warwick. I mean, really. Warwick down in 14th place in the other big Bentley. Warwick is 2 laps down on the leaders as we see J.K. Minnar in the pits in the Ferrari. So they've already had a stop. This is their second pit stop. They're obviously running a lighter setup on the car, so maybe 3/4 of a full tank, not 100% full. Let's go back and see if Steve's okay here. I think he'll have received a little bit of damage now from that contact with Melvin earlier. So, is he coming in? Yes. Yes, he is. So, Steve Snow brings the big Bentley into the pits from 6th place. This, I don't know, possibly another driver change going to happen here. We'll see. Let's keep an eye on this and we'll see what happens. Cooper and Wentworth, very close again. Very close again. Cooper in the Aston chasing William Wentworth in the Mercedes. This is for 2nd place. Mike's managed to egg out a 2.3 second gap from these guys in 1st. But this is close. And then Espinar is back in 4th place. He's 6 seconds back. Steve Snow still in the pits, so they are okay. There's a driver change. Steve's out. D Delport is in the car. Ivan Delport. I will attempt to find out, possibly have an interview with Steve just now if I can, and we'll get his feedback, because he really had a torrid time in that stint. Devon in the car now in 9th place, and he's 3/4 of a track behind the lead lap, so they will get there. They haven't been lapped yet, but they are still on the same lap as the leaders when they get to the start finish line. Delport also running a little wide through that chicane. We'll watch his lap times and see how he runs in comparison to... He's still in his out lap. I think Steve had a huge he had that collision didn't do much for the car. It doesn't look like they've done a repair job. It's still looking a little bit scraped up and bumped up, so I think to minimize the time spent in the pits, they've chosen not to do repair, but possibly later on in the race we'll see. Let's see when Devon can get a full race lap in, we'll see what his lap times are. Back up at the front, Cooper, Wentworth, in amongst traffic with Peter Krayling, yeah? Cooper's got to get past Krayling before he gets onto the And he does. He goes down the inside rail and stays left. Well done, Peter. So Cooper's hanging on to the back of William Wentworth. Oh, and there's Mike McGear. So Mike's had a problem going through the traffic. And William Wentworth is now... that gap was almost 5 seconds. It's now down to 2 seconds again. And Pienaar, Skull Pienaar in 4th place, is right up behind Wentworth. So it's all closed up again up at the front of the grid here. That's 1st, 2nd and 3rd. As you see them again, Mike McGear, Wentworth, Cooper, and behind, there he is, 4th place, Skull Pienaar. So all 4 cars again are close up. Mike runs wide, going into the hairpin. Wentworth and Cooper stay on racing line. Pienaar sticks to the apex. So Mike's having a little moment here. Let's follow here and see how these guys get around. Oh, Fraser Cooper had a little moment coming at a spoon there. Almost turned it round, but grabbed it. It's allowed Skull Pienaar to close up and the gap to extend out to William Wentworth up the road. As they come to the last chicane before this main straight. And Skull Pienaar closes right in under braking. He's got a good drive out the last chicane onto the start-finish line. He's trying to get a toe down the main straight. He's going to be close, but not close enough behind Fraser Cooper into turn 1. Has a little look, late on the brakes, piles it into turn 1, and he's right on the back of Fraser Cooper now. Skull Pienaar is looking for 3rd here. Definitely, he's the quicker out of the 2 cars and drivers. And this is going to go on for the entire race. You're going to have this seesaw effect, or this yo-yo effect, happening between all the teams as they cycle through their quicker and slower drivers. Right now you can clearly see Skull Pienaar is all over the back of Fraser Cooper. And I'm sure the pass will be done in the next couple of corners. As they come to the underpass, Fraser closes in under braking, right down to the hairpin. A good chance to overtake. It's not close enough, but is he gonna send it? No, Fraser puts the Aston in the middle of the track. Oh, and he gets a little bit of a punt there. Skull Pienaar, he has slowed down and straightened Fraser Cooper out, and he's allowed him to. That's excellent driving. Well done, Skull Pienaar. That's excellent driving. It was a mistake on your behalf. You actually helped to straighten him out, and you slowed down to let him hold the position. That's how you do this. Great example of gentleman type driving. So just further ahead, Mike McGear's pulling out a lead again over William Wentworth. It's 0.8, and they're 6 seconds up the road already after the spin. So Cooper and Pienaar having a moment there, and it has slowed them down, as you can see. Come back to this shortly. Oh, Cooper pulls into the pits. So that's ended that race, and Mike's in the pits. So the leader comes in. William Wentworth goes into 1st. Oh, there we go. We're on 2. Excuse me. I'm so interested in following this race, I forgot the time. It's 2 hours. So this is normal for everyone to come and pit. We'll stay on board with Skull Pienaar. He's now pushing through for 2nd and chasing William Wentworth. off the YouTube channel. Rob, thanks very much, man. Rob saying, Steve Snow said he struggled with the braking points. Showman. He was having a bad time there. Let me go and see if somebody's around. No, not yet. He really had a terrible time in the Bentley, but it's racing. Martin Joubert is in the pits. Sheehan just leaving the pits, so some driver changes happening. All Gleed has gone in, so some position changes. William Wentworth, he does another lap, so he's out. Williams now leading, and now Michael LaRue's in the pits. He's on his way out now. 6th place. Sculpino, here he comes from 2nd. So, Michael LaRue here is about to get lapped. Let's just let the timing screens all straighten out. But that's, is on 58 laps, and Michael LaRue's only on 57. Oh, they go down to the hairpin. Oh, LaRue in a bad place, couldn't bring the car to a stop. He's reversing, he's going to turn it around and get going. I don't think there was contact there. Just watching that happen again on the YouTube channel. Now, so Pena went down the outside of him. LaRue was doing defensive, didn't get around the little kink and ran deep onto the rough grass and couldn't bring the Aston to a halt for the hairpin. So that was a little mistake all on his own. Up ahead, Wentworth, down the back straight, and coming to the last chicane before you go into the start-finish line. He's 2.7 seconds ahead of Sculpino. Let's see if he comes in now. Looks like he is. Yes. So he peels in, Pina doesn't. So Sculpino is going to take the lead, and they go on to 59 laps. Here's Aldo Bellingham in the battered up Lambo. He's now in 3rd place. He's also had 2 pit stops, so he doesn't need to come in now, but I don't know. I think he will sometime in the middle of the hour, or at least halfway through the hour. So that puts Aldo Bellingham up into 2nd place. Where is Williams? Still in the pits? Yes. No, right. So Aldo's got a lap to go round still. So let's see how that plays out then. The stop and go cleared for number 46. Orange Sheehan. Right, Wentworth is in motion, rolling out the pits. Off he goes, and he is in 3rd. Yeah, so Aldo in the Lamborghini has now been driving for just over 2 hours, if memory serves me correctly. I'm sure he started the car. Erik Robler got to drive through. The only reason you will get that is for speeding in the pit lane, so he's going to have to go drive right through the pit lane again for possible speeding in the pit lane. Right, so after all those pit stops. We'll just let everyone settle down and we'll see where everyone is. Steve, I wanted to have a chat to you, man. Maybe you can just come and sit in the interview room, and I can pull you in for a quick chat. There's an interview room pro on Discord if you want to come and get in there, and then I'll drag you into the room. Sorry, interview room AM. Come on, Steve. Come and talk to the masses. Come and tell us about your stint. Okay, we'll wait for Steve. See what else is going on. Sculpino. A dirtied up Aston, but it doesn't look any damage, so they're keeping their nose clean and doing well. Got a lot of rubber, which is expected, but otherwise looking good. Skulk is doing 202.2s. That was his last lap. Best being a 202.0. So they're definitely pushing. This team has got huge race pace, and as long as there aren't any technical or big mechanical issues, they should be right up at the top of the list at the end of the race. No one in there for a chat at the moment. Everyone pretty much spread out now, as expected. If we take into account the fact that everyone's been driving now for all the teams, all the cars have been going for 2 hours of the 6 hours, one can expect a bit of a gap to develop. However, just before that second hour, first, second, third, fourth, they were all together on the same piece of racetrack, so that was quite interesting to watch. Steve saying he had a terrible stint. Breakpoints were a challenge, and it just went downhill from there. He's apologizing to everyone. Go and have a look in the RaceFace Discord channel, Steve. You'll find the channels. You've got to be in there. You're looking in the RaceFace channel. You'll find the Media Pro and interview rooms, and there's an interview room AM. You've just got to enter into that room, and I'll be able to pick you up there. And we can have a little chat. Jandre Brits currently in 11th place in the Lexus. Last lap at 204.8, so solid little race pace. Louis Safontaine up the road in 10th place from Team BWR. His last lap was a 210. He had a torrid lap. Must have had an off somewhere, or maybe must have been a spin or ran wide somewhere. Oh, 214. He had an accident. So he had an accident now with car 138, which is Aldo Bellingen. So possibly on a lap, Aldo was going past him, and they had to come in together according to my timing screen. So Aldo's going across. Yes, that last lap, we'll see that time is a 203. So it must have just been a little bit of a contact. Further down the field, Gavin Devereaux in 15th place in the gold-coloured McLaren. At 2 minutes 12, he's going to find some time. Edward Francis. So Edward is come out the pits and is in 12th place. So he's going to be pushing to make up some time. And down at the back, Tommy Leary Moss in, I'm not too sure where this car came from, but he's in an Audi now. I don't recall this car even being at the start of the race, unless we didn't even see it. Yes, they were only 17th. So they've only done 10 laps. This was a late start, so they have joined the track. They're 10 laps into the race, so this is our only Audi on the track. And great to see them on and racing. And lap times 2:10, last lap quickest was a 2:09. So it's all for the experience. Keep it up. Where is Mike McGear? That is a very good question by Donnie Fillion. Mike McGear has gone to the bar apparently. Peter Rayler, no, sorry. Hannes van Wyk. Hannes van Wyk is in the car. They are in 3rd place. Here he is. Mike did a pit stop on the hour. And yeah, he went to the beer tent and he's chilling, talking to someone. Craig Hunter. Hey guys, go Jude. So he's shouting for Jude Stewart, who is, according to my timing screens, doing 202.7s in the Lemon, and currently 9th place and doing well. Not too far behind Peter Oberholzer, as you can see in the Ferrari just ahead of him. So, sorry, Donnie, he went to the beer tent. Okay, I don't know where Mike is, buddy. Maybe in the toilets. Got you. Back up with the leader, Skulk. And he is 63 laps into this race. 2 hours 15 minutes done. He is now going on to his 64th lap. Last lap was a 2:04 from a best of 2:02.0. So still lapping well. Aldo Bellingham. Aldo coming through 130R and down onto the last chicane for the start finish line in 2nd place. Aldo is time's going to be good 20 something seconds by the looks of it, behind Skalpina. Goes over the line. Yeah, 40-second gap between Aldo in 2nd and Skulk up in 1st place. Hannes van Wyk in 3rd place. Coming into the chicane now. This gap's also going to be a little 30 to 40 second gap as he comes over the line to start his 64th. And that's okay, 27 seconds, 27 and a half seconds. So 1st, 2nd and 3rd have spread themselves out quite a huge amount, and that's all down to what happened in the last pit stops. Peter Wibbelser in the Ferrari. Louis Safontaine just behind him in the Aston. These guys are really close, these two. Wentworth back there in 4th place in the Mercedes. He's coming up to lap these guys, and this is the dice for 10th and 9th place. Steve, hey Rob, which one should I join? No, it's me, it's Alan. I want you to come into... Oh, there you are. Steve!
Hello.
How's it, man?
Good on you, man.
Good. Yeah, it's Alan here in the broadcast booth.
Sorry, I thought it was Rob.
No.
Rob a few times.
All good. George and Steve Koenig are in the pro division.
Oh, nice.
So, you had some dramas in that Bentley, my man.
I think drama is a bit of an understatement. I just could
So,
not
man.
catch that thing around.
Sure. Yeah, I was struggling. I honestly thought you had a complete mechanical failure the way we were watching you. You know, almost like your pedals weren't working, or...
But, you know, my teammates thought the same thing, but you know, I was a bit of a silly one. We had a bit of a communication issue, and my teammates kept trying to contact me, so I was like trying to get onto WhatsApp at the same time to message them and inform them in that.
Yeah.
So that kind of went backwards, dropped us down to, I think it was 5th, and then I got Kralin was getting past me, unlapping himself, and then he took me out in one of the corners, so that dropped us down to 9th. So I thought, you know, bad stint, let's just pull it into the pits, give Divin a go, because
Yeah, totally. Rather just let him get in. You're a little bit unsettled there. So look, it's a long race, man. Don't let that get to you.
No, look, I mean, we've got Ryan. Ryan is an absolute beast in that car.
Yes.
I mean, when he gets his head down and he just goes, I mean, he averages, we were watching it on Thursday during one of the practices, he was averaging 2 minutes a lap on a full tank. And it's like, listen, I can't even do that with no fuel.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
So, you know, we're very honored to have him. But thank you for having me in the box, man.
No, man, don't worry.
fun.
It's all good. So Devon currently on the track. His last lap time was a 2:07, so having a little bit of a drama that possibly... I see Bellingham coming past him now, so he's lapping him. But at least you're out and going. You're almost back up in the top 5. You were up there just now, but there are still 4 hours to go. So you're still going to do another stint, Steve?
Yes, I am. I'm going to calm my nerves a bit, you know, go and find myself some fix somewhere and
Awesome.
crack on and see if we can get ourselves back to that top spot. Because, as I say, we don't want to let Ryan down, and but Ryan's very chill. He's happy. So
Cool.
we're just
cool,
happy
cool.
to be racing.
Well, awesome, Steve. Thanks for coming and joining me. And yeah, we'll chat again a little bit later in the day, sir.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Alan. Good job in the comment box there. We'll chat soon.
Thanks very much, man. Cheers.
Have a good one.
Good.
Bye.
Right, so we back in watching Delport as he comes through the last chicane. This is for Kai K Racing. We've just chatted to Steve on the channel. Seems he was just having some dramas with the braking points, but Ryan Ottens, he'll get back in the Bentley just now after Ivan, and we'll see if he can start making up some time there for the guys. You can see the pit stop, so there's an interesting thing for you. Skulk Penoir is only pitted twice. Okay, and Peter Kralin. So that's why they're out in the lead, and they're out in the lead by a good couple of seconds. They've almost... No, they won't have a free pit stop, but he's got to be coming in sometime soon. They're running a complete different strategy from the rest of the field. Everybody else has done 3 pit stops except for Steve Pienaar, Skulk Pienaar, and Peter Kralin. So no, we won't. Never mind the Moss card back in 18th, because they have only just started, so they've still obviously got many laps to go. Is he? No, he's not. There's another lap. So let's see what this lap time was. Goes over the line now, and that is a 2:02.1. That is insane race pace. If you consider they've basically only been in the pits once in 2.5 hours. So they're running 1 hour 15 minute segments, and they've staggered this, so they're not changing. They're not going in on the hour like pretty much the entire rest of the field. So it could be an interesting strategy, and we'll see how that pans out towards the end of the race. J. Dev, come on, Peter Krobler, just did a quick time and catching Francis. Okay, so Peter in 10th place. Here he is. Not Peter Krobler, this is Peter Uberholzer. I'm sorry. Peter Krobler in 13th place. Here we go. And you're right. He's on the back of Edward Francis, trying to go down the inside, and ooh, you can't do that there. So Peter Krobler managed to get round. Edward was not on the right braking point in the marbles, couldn't bring the Lexus to a stop through that kink. So Krobler goes up into 11th place. So J-Dev, you're right, he's on the move, and here we go. Currently in the cockpit as we thunder through 130R. Hard braking down through the chicane, ride the curbs a bit, onto the start finish line. Alright. Steve, thanks for that update. So, for everyone else that's watching, apparently Aldo Bellingen, that's it, is driving this race solo. He doesn't have a teammate. Let me try and just confirm that. That is true. So, there's a turn for the books. This guy, Aldo Bellingen, is driving this race on his own. He is Meraki Gaming and is but clearly doing an awesome job, currently in second place, and is going to sit and drive for 6 hours flat on his own. So that's going to be something worthwhile to watch. He's a brave man. Or he's a bladder like a camel. There's a whole lot of traffic going on here, further behind. Jude Stewart, right in amongst, the lemon, and he turns it round. Took a really odd line through the hairpin there, collected the back of LaRue, but turned himself round in the process. Is he going? Yes, he's got it going. He's sorting himself out. There we go. Back on the track, and off he goes. Just caught that as we joined him. He just hooked the back of LaRue in the other Aston and turned himself round. Bad luck, but all good. Go Jude. Yeah, Steve, had a look on my entry form, and he's a single driver for their team. There's no other driver named there, so it looks like Aldo Bellingen is going to try and do this as a single driver. Well, I suppose in that way he doesn't have anybody. There's no one else to blame, really. So let's see how he goes, though. Cars coming in the pits from 16th and 17th. Peter Kralin. Warren Sheehan also in the pit in the other Bentley. Still got Sculpino staying out in first place. coming currently through Spoon and onto the back straight. Going on for 2.5 hours. Kino's got to be coming in sometime soon. It's not this lap. A very interesting strategy going on here with these guys. Van Wyk in 3rd place. And Wentworth in the Mercedes in 4th place. So Wentworth 6 seconds back. Looks like he's trying to close down that gap to Hannes van Wyk in the big Merc. 5th place is Terence Ferreira. He's in the other Aston Martin. Oh, and he runs very wide for K Racing. Brings it back in, runs a little bit wide again, misses the tyres under the overpass. It's all good. Oh, we got stop and goes here for both Warren Sheehan and Kralin. That, I don't know, is that speeding in the pits? I'm not sure. Bellingham in the pits. Aldo's in the Lamborghini. Let's just watch this and see if there is a driver change that happens. So, I just watched Moss pull out of the pits in the Audi, and he clearly sped out the pits, so he just got to drive through for speeding in the pit lane. We'll see what happens with the other two cars and their stop go 30s, or what that was for. Bellingham's car comes off the... Yep, no driver change, so that man is staying in that car after 2.5 hours. Rob on YouTube, William catching Van Wyk. Gooi butter. Let's catch up to that race quickly. Right. William in the Merc. Skulk out in 1st place. Hannes van Wyk a good few seconds back, but William is 7 seconds back from Hannes. Moss in the Audi is a lap car. Doesn't make it easy, mind you. Wentworth on his way, and yeah, charging, trying to chase down Hannes van Wyk for 2nd and 3rd. So after 2.5 hours, this is relatively close considering the amount of time that's gone past. Michael LaRue coming into the pits from 6th place. That's going to promote Jude Stewart in 7th. Jude Stewart in Lemon, and he goes up into 6th place down the main straight. Michael LaRue in the pits. And just behind Jude actually is Devon Delport in the big Bentley. So they are closing up positions. He is chasing down Jude Stewart. These guys are all on 70 laps. Warren Sheehan, I think he's going through the pits. There's a stop and go. Let's see if that penalty gets cleared. Yes, it does. Stop and go cleared. So there you go. You got to behave, boys. Can't do your own thing and speed in the pit lane or drive shortcuts or all that. It's going to come back and bite you in the rear. So Louis 17 into the pits from 10th place. See if this is possibly a driver change that's happening. Stanley Fenter, my man. Jude, 11-year Carter. He's doing really well in the Lemon. No question, buddy. I'm super impressed. He's up into 6. He's running well. The car's looking good. A little bit of excess rubber from the throw up off the other cars, but that's normal. Stewart. Last lap was a 2:05.0. Quickest lap was a 2:02.7. So, Stan, we'll see you back in the car again just now, I hope. See if there's anybody hanging around here for an interview. Nope, no one's there at the moment. Here comes Jude through the final chicane. Last part of that corner held him up a bit, so that's slowed his lap time down, but we'll see what he does here. Yeah, it's a 2:05.2, so currently lapping about 2 seconds a lap slower than the leaders, but you're in 6th place and it's going well. Chasing Aldo Bellingen, who's now going through Spoon, man alone in the Lambo. He's in 5th place. Yeah, we have Zander Klingen. Zander Klingen. Oh. Zander having some ping issues, I think. What was that all about? That's something happened there. I think he's just disconnected. I think Zander just had a disconnect go on there. Warren Sheehan. Right, he's out the pits and he's just done his first lap. We'll just let our timing system catch up because that looked a little bit strange. Awesome, Stan, you're welcome, buddy. Carl Petzer on YouTube, how's it? A little bit of a ping issue going on there, but seriously, as we connected to Zander Klingen, he lost connection. He is currently off the server. They were sitting in 12th place. He's not on the timing screens, as you can see, and there are 17 cars with Moss on the track. So Zander Klingen, the head of BWR, has just had a disconnect, and now I think he's back on the server. It goes back up to 18, so let's see. Let me try and catch up with what's going on here. Robler, is Zander back or is somebody else in their car? I can't select him, so that tells me that there's a problem somewhere. Give it a lap just to sort itself out. So we're back up to 18 cars. I think someone else is in the car though, because I don't see his name on the timing system. So I'm going to restart my broadcast system. Connect. Okay, just trying to get back on board. My timing system is just gone down. So right now I am a little stuck, but bear with me. I get the tech working again. Had a little bit of a failure here. Oh dear. Right, I at the moment am a little bit stuck for changing cameras, so just bear with me, people. I'll be back. Sorry guys, I'll be back with you shortly. I am trying to get my camera system working. Something's dropped off the radar here, so just bear with me. Currently, I know you're watching the same car, Krobler. I can't change that right now, but I will. I'll get back online shortly. Okay, I think I'm going to just do a really quick stop start here. Can't see any other way to get this program back online. And I need this program for a good few hours. This is what we use to change our views with. So, sorry guys, just bear with me. Alright, I think we're back up and running. Yes, indeed. Sorry about that, ladies and gents. So, to catch up, Jaco Oosthuizen's still having a problem. Sorry, I'm still having a problem. Jaco in the lead, but Terence Ferreira now in third place, but he's got a 15-second penalty. So it could have been a driver issue there. Right, all back to normal. Little panic, but all good. So, Hannes van Wyk up into second now. Let's get the timing back on the screen quickly for you guys. There we go. Jaco Oosthuizen in first place. He is on 77 laps, coming onto the start-finish line. If you have a look where Hannes is, Hannes coming down the back straight towards 130R. He's a few seconds back. And then Terence Ferreira in third place, but he's got a 15-second penalty added onto his current time. So probably had a little drama somewhere. And Datus Emmink also with a 15-second penalty down in 17th place. So he's also had a drama somewhere. On the YouTube channel, Melvin Coase, hello. Welder's going to be out in the car next. Car should be fine now. Had issues with tire temps early on. Okay. Thanks for the feedback, Melvin. Let's see how Welder goes when he gets in the car just now. Good stuff. Sorry about that. I had a little technical issue. We use a broadcasting app and it was hung up on an IP address and it wouldn't change cameras. So I had to do a quick reboot on the race. But here we are. We're back and we're good. 18 cars. So that tells me that our problem just now with Zander Klingen has been fixed. He's obviously had a driver change. So let me see who else is in the car there. Zander for BW Raptors. He's now got Louis Safontaine in the car. Yeah, so there they are. They're down in 15th place now. So they are back in the race. They did have a disconnect. But Louis Safontaine's now in the car and they're running 15th place for just under 3 laps, 3.5 laps back from the leaders. Oberholzer's in the pits. Peter Oberholzer in the Ferrari. So they're stopping. This is their third pit stop. Jaco Oosthuizen up in the lead is piling it on. That was a 203.5. There was a quick lap. Whoa, he's just had a big moment with Moss, the back marker in the Audi. And yeah, I'm quite intrigued at this this team in this Audi. They aren't really in the race. They should be making more effort to get out of the way here. I think somebody in Oosthuizen's team's going to get hold of race control to say something about this. There's this Moss is actually causing a huge drama. He's a mobile chicane at the moment. Bertus, hello. Welcome to the broadcasting booth, my man.
Hi, Alan. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Thanks for dropping in and saying hello. And how's your day going, sir?
So far, so good. Yeah, we've had not too many incidents from what I can see from on the tuning side.
Yes.
A couple of minor issues from some of the drivers who had connectivity problems. But yeah, I mean I guess that's part of the game.
Part of the game. Yep.
Part of online gaming and online racing.
Agreed.
Yeah, it happens.
Bertus, I must say, everyone's all keen and eager to run these custom liveries, but in this instance, it was a very wise decision to not allow them, because in my own race here, I've had Zander King disconnect and reconnect. So he had a disconnect problem. He started flying off the screen into the sky. So people haven't suffered from the little bit of the ping rate delay that happens when you reconnect with the custom liveries.
Yeah, I think for us the most important thing in a race like this is service stability and also driver experience.
Yes.
So for us, because of the fact that Kunos is not supporting the custom liveries themselves, that shows you that it's not a stable feature.
Agreed.
And it's sort of a, it's almost like an add-on. It's almost like a mod.
A mod.
But without any support. So we just decided, and we ran custom liveries in our last two league races, and it went okay. We didn't have big issues, but there were a few reports from drivers where they had stutter and
yes,
as you said, a bit of latency issues. So we just decided let's keep it clean. Let's do what we can from our side to make sure that the connections and stability and everything is there, and then from there on, every driver is responsible for his own connection.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a bit of insight on why we made that decision.
Got you. So some feedback on the YouTube channel before we go ahead, Bertus.
Yeah.
People watching the ASUS Republic of Gamers Suzuka 6 Hours. This is partnered by Mettlestate and powered by RaceFace. Tell us more about your RaceFace organization. Where you going with it, and what you're aiming for, Bertus?
Yeah, so RaceFace, it started as a bit of a dream and also just a little place for a couple of friends to enjoy racing.
Yes.
Back in end of 2017, beginning of 2018, but we quickly found out that there was some interest in what we were doing. We would host, we would all drive in or race in iRacing, and we did every now and then we would host like a evening of racing on Race Room.
Okay.
Which I think is a very underrated sim, but not very popular. And then from there on, those evenings grew, and we had more people joining and more people becoming part of our Discord server and our WhatsApp groups. And then eventually we decided to do something a bit more structured. So we started an F1 league on the Cody's platform. We started a couple of Assetto Corsa leagues, and when ACC came out, we obviously tried to jump on it from the beginning, but it took a very long time for ACC to become stable. And but we followed the development, and as soon as we thought, this is a sort of a stable platform, then we organized, I think it was the first endurance race in South Africa, where we had a 3 hour it was a 3 hour of Spa last year in December, and from there we got quite a lot of interest from the sim community, and from there on it just grew. And I guess with the lockdown, sim racing sort of was put under the spotlight, and we were there, and I'd say in the front lines. I think we were the first guys to start an ACC league.
Okay.
And that it just went on from there. So but the dream for RaceFace, it's not to compete with anyone. I think there's a lot of a lot of other leagues and communities, and yourself coming from SimRace SA, I have to give credit to Jason and Ryan and the guys, doing an amazing job, in the last few years to putting in the hard yards to get it to where it is today. And I think for us, we just want to contribute to that. We want to help grow the community, the overall community.
That's it.
And we also want to provide a platform for drivers, teams, even commentators, and anyone who can in some way get involved in this little hobby of ours to get exposure and to extend their reach. And I think it's sim racing is at a point where it's becoming more professional. You see more and more guys getting sponsorships and contracts for teams, and so if we can in some way help to get the drivers and teams the exposure they need to get sponsorships and become more professional, and to get partnerships, with companies like Mettlestate, like Republic of Gamers. We need these guys to partner with us to grow the sport. And I think that's where that's where our aim is. Just at the moment, it's just to grow the sport, and I think so far so good. I'm so blessed, and I'm so I'd say humbled about how things have grown in the last few months and the last year, I'd say, and I think we can all just be, in times like these, uncertain times, this is one of the few little things that I would say was a light in the darkness. And for us, we take it as serious as anyone else, and for us it, I think for many guys it was sort of a bit of a distraction from what's going on in the world today.
Correct. Yeah, excellent, Bertus. So RaceFace is definitely they've done you guys have made huge strides, obviously, in the hobby and the industry, and as you say, the added exposure that this is going to provide for the various companies involved, it'll help to grow the whole hobby exponentially, whether it's from hardware and equipment to software and so on and so forth. But I have to agree with you. This has been a light at the end of the tunnel as far as this whole COVID drama goes, and a lot of people have found distraction in the sim racing then while they've been under lockdown situations.
Yeah, I think also, this is sim racing. For me, it's always been like, we're not really part of it's a game, but we're not really part of the bigger gaming community.
Okay.
And it's a racing sim, but we haven't always been part of the racing community. But in the last few months, it's almost like those two worlds merged into, we had people joining from both sides.
Correct.
And it just grew the community. But it definitely, for the real world races, of which we have a few in this race, it helped them to continue following their passion, even if it's not in a real car on a real track. I'm sure it must, you still feel involved. You still feel that immersion in racing. And I mean, as of I know there are quotes out there that says racing is racing, doesn't matter where it is, and I think we can all we can attest to it. If you are in, we all get butterflies before the green lights.
We do, 100%.
We all get nervous when it's that last lap and you're fighting for position, and it's do or die. It's and we all are equally sad and upset when our race ends, when early or prematurely. So so I think it provided the guys with something, for some of the guys it was something new. And for others, it was just extending what they are doing, but into a new world.
Awesome, got you. So, in this race, Bertus, I am led to believe that this gent by the name of Aldo Bellingen is going to attempt to do this entire race on his own.
Yes, that's correct. Hats off to him.
Jeez.
And he's done all these stops, so it seems like he's down in 10th. I'm not sure if all those stops were for fuel or if it was for bathroom breaks. But yeah, all that's off to him. I it's something that I want to try myself. I don't know if you want to join me in that, Alan.
Maybe we should look at that, yeah?
Yeah, but
Possibly.
that would be like running a Comrades for me. So
Sure.
yeah, no, all that's off to him. I actually when I received the entry list, I had to look twice to make sure that this guy is on his own.
On his own.
But yeah, it seems like he's going well, and yeah, top 10 finish definitely on the cards.
Yeah, should be. I'm just looking on my timing system. He's got a green box, so it looks like he's done 5 pit stops already. So
that's right.
He's obviously had to do a human pit stop, and but yeah, he's still got. We're only halfway through the race, so
yeah.
Let's see how he goes for the rest of the race here.
Yeah, at least now he can play with his strategy. He can extend his stints if he needs to.
Yes.
He doesn't have to make a stop every hour or two. He can go hour and a half if he's got the fuel and the tires under control.
Exactly.
And that will definitely that will help him. So yeah, maybe he went for lunch in his last pit stop, because I don't know how he managed to do 5 pit stops, through half of the race, and he's still 11th. So well done.
Yeah, he's done well. The one other car that we might be having a problem with is in 18th place, this Audi, which joined us very late in the race.
Okay.
And seems, I don't know, he's getting in the way of everyone. And who is this? Or are they a team, or is this just a practice car?
No, this is a team. This is a team.
Okay.
I'll have to look on my sheets on exactly what the name of the team is, but we can definitely have the stewards looking into that.
Yeah. Because I've seen a couple of the leaders come up to him, and he's just been dead in the middle of the road. Yeah, just before the final chicane, he was literally standing still just now. So
yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I'll have the stewards looking into that.
All good.
I've been focusing on the pro race
I'm sure.
mostly.
How's it going there, by the way?
Everything, I'd say not 100%, but going as well as good. Unfortunate for Jardier.
Yes.
He had a problem with his pedals on the grid, so he just couldn't pull away, and then he went back to the pits, put his teammate in. He had issues, and then they went back into the pits, and I saw his last crash. He was coming out of Spoon onto the straight, and for some reason his car just flipped sideways and into the wall, and too much damage. And
oh dear.
So they've just been having a bad day. So after I think 3, 4, 5 laps they were out. But I saw his stream, and he was quite gutted for not being able to race, and he apologized to everyone. So his teammate also sent 2 messages to me on Discord,
Okay.
and so it's very sorry to not see them race. I think there's a lot of people who were very excited to see them and to race against them.
Yes,
and
definitely.
sort of, and I think these are the things that we would be looking to continue in the future, to see how we can match the South African guys. And again, it's about exposure. If we get someone of that profile in the race, then we can match the South Africans against these international guys.
Yeah.
And that will again, lead to more exposure and more, maybe get some of our guys into the international leagues. I know we've got quite a few already in international leagues, but
Yes.
the more the merrier.
Yeah. Got you. No, good. Well, I think as we've just gone through halfway through the race, everything's okay. I had a little glitch just now where I had to do a quick race bounce because my camera system will just stop functioning, but I'm back online and everything's back to normal. So everything's good down here.
That happens.
It does.
Yeah.
It's
Well, Alan, just from my side and from RaceFace side, we want to thank you for jumping in and offering your services and allowing us to have a the AM race. I'm sure the guys in the AM race appreciate having someone like you with your experience casting for them and giving them exposure as well. I think it's always nice to, even if you're not the fastest car or not in the pro league, or it's always nice to go back and show your family
Yes,
or see how you did.
exactly, 100%.
So that really contributes to the whole event. So thank you from our side, and we'll definitely have to chat with you about more commentary.
Awesome, thank you, and you. Cool, thanks Bertus, and you're welcome, buddy. I'm glad I could contribute and give RaceFace the added exposure, and as well to ASUS, Republic of Gamers, Mettlestate, and everyone involved. So hopefully everyone's enjoying the stream. We've got a good I'm up to 40 people watching at the moment, and so that's double what it has been. So there are visitors here, and the guys should be enjoying the stream.
Yeah, sure. Thanks so much, and also thanks to everyone watching. Thanks to everyone supporting, and I said it in the driver's briefing, but I don't think the wives and girlfriends and fiancés and children were in the driver's briefing. But just a special shout out to them for allowing us sim racing fanatics to enjoy this hobby on a Sunday.
Exactly.
When it's for many people it's a family day. So we really appreciate it, and we even though we are not real race drivers, not all of us, we enjoy the support from the teams back home. So thanks for that.
We do. Bertus, one last thing before you go. On my current timing system, I've got Van Rooyen and I've got Emmink with 15-second penalties. Will those penalties be applied now or at the end of the race?
That will be applied at the end of the race,
okay,
as far as I know. It is. We wanted to, the stewards panel decided that we wanted to give time penalties as far as we can. If there is like a review or an appeal afterwards, it's easy to remove them.
Yes.
Obviously, with the drive-through penalty, that's not possible. But we had to give a drive-through penalty on the pro server, but that was for something that's not really in debate.
Okay.
So,
no, gotcha. Cool.
All right.
Good.
Thanks, Alan.
You're welcome.
Maybe I'll jump in again a bit later.
No problem. All good, man. Go and enjoy yourself, and possibly we chat later. Thanks, Bertus.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Bye.
So there we have Bertus from RaceFace, who joined us quickly for a little chat about the league and where it's going. And have to agree and 100% with him. This is our hobby. Thanks to our families for allowing us to do this, but also for the added exposure and everything. It's a growing concern, and it can only go from strength to strength. So, right, back to the race. I'm currently watching Louis Serfontaine having a huge race and a little bit of a problem through some traffic, but him and Daniel van Deventer, who's in the other Aston just ahead of him, these guys are very close to each other on the track, as you can see. Just now through turn one, they had a little problem with the lemon Aston Martin, but it's all good. It seems to be back on and going. But this is one of the close races on the track at the moment. Our leader Jaco Oosthuizen is still out there all on his own in the Aston Martin. He is currently on 88 laps. Second place, Mike McGear is back in the Aston. He is currently going over the start-finish line now, going on to his 88th lap. So Jaco is just about to come to the chicane behind this Moss team. I'm astounded at how this car is driving at the moment. Anyway, and so Jaco Oosthuizen has essentially almost lapped everybody up to second place. That's what we say. So it's a really good race pace they have, and they're doing really well. Third, we have a Michael van Rooyen in the Aston Martin. He's carrying a 15-second time penalty, so that'll be added on according to Bertus at the end of the race time. So even with that gap, Jaco Pretorius just coming over the line, so that'll put Jaco Pretorius essentially up into third place then, with the 15-second penalty for Michael van Rooyen. So yeah, that's a net third then for them. Stanley Fente in the Lemon, who had a little moment just now, he's back behind the wheel and up into 5th place and going strong. Joandre Brits just getting out the way for Van Rooyen, getting a flag in the Lexus, going through the end of the first sector S-bends. And Steve Snow back in the Bentley in 7th place. Hopefully he's all settled and has got the braking system sorted. Car looks to be good. Last lap at 2:06, so decent race pace. So keep it up, Steve. 8th place, Waldo Swiggers, Valdo in the Aston Martin. Last lap was a 2:02.5, so he has a huge, a good race pace at the moment. Excellent pace actually, after 3 hours of racing. Coming up to lap Datas Emig, so that'll happen shortly. Then in 9th place, our solo driver, we've got this Lambo, Aldo Bellingen, in 9th place. Has used up all his pit stops. As you can see, he's got a green box, but he will have to take more pit stops because he's going to run out of fuel between now and the end of the race. As has J.K. Minnar, who is in the Ferrari. He has also used up 5 pit stops already, and he's currently in 11th place. So there your top 10 as we stand at the moment. Jaco Oosthuizen doing really well, and as I say, his lap times are extraordinarily quick. And I have a visitor in the booth. It is Mr. Stephen Koenig. Stephen, good day, sir. How are you?
Good day of yourself, and wow, I gotta say, some of the racing that I've been missing out is these are guys that usually I raced with, and I gotta say a big thank you to all the guys that are joining us in the chat for this fantastic event. Thank you for you guys for joining it. But Alan, we're having a ton of fun up in Pro, lots of close racing, literally the top 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th are within a second of each other.
Wow.
And keeping an eye on what's happening here on AM, it seems like you've been having some very close racing, some very interesting events.
Yeah.
And
definitely.
I see Oosthuizen is making a good run for it. I see Kai K with Snow currently having a bit of fun in the Bentley, with Pretorius chasing him down.
Yeah, it's been huge fun here. Couple of people have had some problems earlier on in his race. Steve Snow had some huge problems with the Bentley and the handling. He was actually leading early on in the race and literally threw away 5 positions there. We had this late joiner, Moss, in the Audi, who's just a mobile chicane for everyone right now. But they are doing laps and the race is going well. Just before about 2 hours, oh yeah, there was a little bit of a tip and he's been turned around now. I had 1st to 4th place all within the same screen frame. So 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th place were all literally bumper to bumper. But that's kind of spread out now, and the different pit stop strategies have definitely also split the drivers up completely here.
Absolutely, and I've been actually getting a little bit of information from the Kai racing team of trying to keep the cars going out on the circuit. So really well done to them, and lots of chatting going on there, how to keep it going, and actually trying to figure out who should they put in the cars next.
Okay, okay.
Oosthuizen keeping it clean with 91 laps on that car. 1 lap ahead of McGregor, but Van Rooyen getting a 15 seconds, not exactly what he wants, but if you go further down to Deventer getting a drive-through penalty in 13th place. Definitely not what you want in this type of race.
Yeah, that's not going to help your challenge at all. Drive-throughs, they hurt completely. There's another one just come up for our man Stanley Fenter. He's just got a drive-through in Lemon. I was chatting to him on the YouTube channel just now. He was saying, he had a good race and all, good stint, and was going to get back in the car. And unfortunately, he's also just inherited a drive-through. I don't know if that's speeding in the pits or excessive off-track excursions. I'm not sure which one you get a drive-through for.
You get it for both going using too much on the circuit.
Okay,
You get a couple of warnings. You get 3 warnings, and
That's
then you
it.
landing up with it, or a drive-through. But Stanley Fenter, part of Team Lemons, and also under the umbrella of Retro Sims Racing, does race with a VR as well. So he can only do about an hour in the car before he starts feeling it on the eyes. So,
Okay.
well done to him.
I didn't know that. I didn't know he was running with a VR headset.
I've been rather fortunate to join up with them in endurance racing in another sim racing game.
Okay.
And I know Stanley having to work quite hard to try and keep the car under wraps. And you can be sure that the rest of his team is giving him a good bit of fun there. Defender coming out of the pits, and he's just able to keep on going. Now, the mentality, I've got to ask, getting a drive-through penalty, what goes through the sim racer's mind when you land up with it?
Yeah, I have to admit it has happened to me once or twice, and you've got it, you understand why you got it, but you're still angry that you got it, because it's an in and out through the pit lane is a 30, 40, possibly 50 second exercise, depending on what track you are. Spa, for instance, with 2 pit lanes, it's almost a minute's worth of waste of time for you to go through that pit lane. So there's nothing you can do. It's Steve, it's happened. You made the mistake and you've got to pay the penalty for it. And especially if you're lying in a position and you couldn't afford, or you don't have that spare time to afford to lose that time, then you're kicking yourself indirectly, because you've thrown away a good bit of time on the track.
Absolutely, and we saw Francis blasting off into the dirt and becoming a lawnmower.
I did see that.
Off through the ASUS. So unfortunately, not quite sure what happened there. Hopefully we can find out from the guys. But as we on board with Billigan, who's having a lot of fun in that Lamborghini. Lamborghini's very twitchy little cars if you don't set them up right. But that team seems to have just got it sorted out with a fine art, lying in 9th position.
Yes.
And is looking to try and catch up to Steve Snow, a part of the Kai Racing umbrella.
And as we've heard, this chap Aldo doing this entire race man alone.
My heavens! Now that's a feat by itself, and catching a little bit of a fishtail there.
Yes.
Actually, at one point, I wanted to try out the 6L by myself as well, but I think I got a little bit nervous for doing that, rather enjoy the commentary box. But Billigan, well done to him for doing it. Steve Snow, a little bit of information. He only got his steering wheel 2 days ago and has been practicing. This man has been racing on a controller since about March.
Wow.
And has been really giving it a go. 2 days ago, he got a steering wheel, and the Kai guys have been helping him get going and get the feel of it. He says it's been the absolute enjoyment of his life, but has to be wrestling it because he's due to get married as well. 2 days ago, he announced that he got engaged, so bravo to Steve Snow. But he has to fight it off from his wife, who wants to steal the steering wheel.
Excellent. Good feedback, that.
So a little bit of tidbits from the pits, if I could put it that way. But glad to see him running in 8th place.
Yeah.
Earth Jason still in 3rd, McGregor lying in 2nd, Van Rooyen in 3rd, Pretorius in 4th, and Fenter lying in 5th place. So the guys have really been working hard. But Pretorius just needs to go and make up a little bit of ground ahead of Van Rooyen, because Van Rooyen's going to carry that 15-second penalty right for the race.
Yeah.
So if they can get within that 15 seconds, get in within that, they have a chance of moving up into third place and standing on that podium.
They're there right now. If you saw the timing screen, they're 15.3 seconds behind Van Rooyen. So essentially, they are now next. They are side by side with Van Rooyen, with the 15-second penalty taken into account.
It's going to be a real fun situation there, and
There's the
definitely
time.
some hard work.
Yes, you can see there they're 16 and a half back. So right now they actually are in fourth place. Van Rooyen is 1.5 seconds ahead of them with the time penalty.
My heavens. So it's all about trying to keep it clean now, and Pretorius just has to keep it going.
That's it.
But Pretorius, part of the Kaike umbrella, has been having a lot of fun with his car. And I've got to say, he's one of the few people I know that keeps talking no matter what the race is.
Yes.
Stuart having a good bit of fun there with Straggers as they're lining up side by side with one another as they're going into T1. And nice bit of driving there, giving each other room as they battle away around the circuit. So fantastic racing there. And I've got to ask, Alan, your thoughts. I mean, with only 2 hours and 41 minutes, what goes through the minds of these drivers carrying it to the end? I mean, fatigue must be kicking in. You must be getting tired. And, the teams have been working incredibly hard, not only as drivers, but also spotting for their fellow teammates. I
agree. Look, endurance racing is a whole different animal. You have to have fatigue. You've got to have the stamina for it. Fatigue will be setting in, especially for the man alone driver, Aldo Bellingham. But the other teams here are two-man teams, so they essentially are driving 3 hours and they are spotting for 3 hours. And when you're not driving, you obviously need to take a break, go and maybe go and visit the toilets or get something to eat. But you're still in the race and you're still telling your teammate where and what's going on around him and in the race. So it's the endurance racing in general is definitely the epitome of racing. It's a complete different machine in comparison to the sprint racing, where it's going to be a tank of petrol and maybe 5 or 10 minutes after that and the race is over and done with. This is another story where you are in and out the car for up to an hour at a time, if not longer, and you have to do that 2 or 3 times depending on what kind of a race. So it's a mental thing that you have to actually be well prepared for, and don't expect it to rush by. But I tell you what, when you are driving, the time does fly, I must be honest.
Absolutely, and we've got to also give a bit of a shout out to the guys that are in our chat, that our race fans have been watching from home.
Yes.
And also a big thank you to our sponsors. Big thank you to RaceFace for putting this whole race together in partnership with Mettlestate, and for ASUS Republic of Gamers to jump on to also give a little bit of a prize there for our different ones. And also, this is actually one of the biggest lobbies that we've seen that's in ACC currently. Which is really, really good. A long endurance race, 6 hours, 2 splits between Pro and Am. And I can tell you, both of these splits have been full of action and a ton of fun to actually keep an eye on and watch.
100%. It's been a privilege and a pleasure to be part of this with RaceFace. I'm enjoying it immensely. I enjoy watching the drivers and the tactics and what's happening on the track. And trust me, there should be a lot more of these coming up. You can't have an endurance every single week, but they need to be special races, and I think that's what Bertus and the guys are doing. You have one once in a blue moon. That's actually very important. You get a load of sponsors on board with some prizes, and the racing is exceptional across both divisions.
Well, glad to see Pretorius lying in 4th place, really doing everything he can, trying to keep that Mercedes AMG nice and clean. Oosthuizen in 1st place, and with that Aston Martin. And they've just been keeping that car so consistent throughout the race.
100%.
And that's one thing to keep an eye out for.
Yeah.
And just keeping that nose clean, especially in an endurance race. You don't want to go out and bin it. You want to just try to keep it all together right until the end. McGregor also lying in 2nd place, trying to make up a bit of room. Van Rooyen in 3rd, and Pretorius lying 4th. Stanley Fenter on the VR, and he is also just trying to keep on going. That CNM racing machine of Oosthuizen is running absolutely faultlessly.
It is clockwork. Their race pace, last lap was a 2:04. Their best 2:02. I haven't seen them go out of the 2:04, 2:05s for the entire 2.5, 3 hours already. So these guys have literally lapped the entire field. They are on 96 laps. Mike McGeer is in second place on 95 laps, and here he is here. So he's going up the back straight, and Jaco is coming down towards Spoon. So he's almost, these guys have almost lapped the entire field.
Absolutely, and I see we got a little bit of someone waiting for us in our interview room.
Okay.
And that's Gavin, who wants to have a chat. Maybe he can give us a bit of an insight to what's happening down in the pits, what's happening with the teams, and who got the cookies at the end of it, because this is really turning into quite a thing. So let's see if we can maybe get him down and have a chat to him and find out what exactly is going down with his team.
Gavin, are you there, sir? Gavin, you're on mute. Oh, he's disconnected. Let me get him again. Gavin, are you with us? He keeps on disconnecting, so I don't think he wants to have a chat with us right now, Steve.
He seems to be a little bit out of it. Oh, well, it's all fine. But it's just going to have a really good one. But, yeah, a lot of power plays here going on.
Yes.
So we'll just have to see how it all goes throughout the event. And, you know, it's just going to be a very interesting one.
It is. It's awesome.
I see one of the guys from Monday Night Racing saying they had a little bit of a game failure, unfortunately, and they've had their car reset with lap 0 left on it, and decided rather to call it a race. Unfortunate to see a retirement like that, but this is Mo Racing. Anything can happen, especially with the sim racing, as well, you're well aware of it, being part of the Patterson Works team.
I am.
Things like this happens happens, and you've just got to deal with it and focus on towards the next one.
That's it. Look, you know, it's the popular term, that's racing. Anything can happen in this sport or hobby. There's a lot of variables involved. There's in this instance, you know, there's internet, there's Eskom, there's electricity, there's equipment, there's personal issues. There's a lot of variables, but you do your best to obviously keep everything in a straight line, and obviously be as quick as you can on the track as well. The most important thing is to be consistent, have good lap times, don't get involved in any incidents, and if you do, try and recover as quickly as you can, and carry on with your race.
Very much so. Stanley Fenter managing to get around Moss, but Moss is still keeping into the toe of him, though, so someone to keep an eye out for. Unfortunately, Moss has been a little bit of a spin around at 57 laps behind everyone, so he's that very late join, but good to see that he is trying and still trying to keep on going. So well done to him, and it's really going to be a bit of a race for him. And I think surviving the 6 hour of Suzuka is going to be a feather in everyone's cap.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, that's the thing to take home with it.
Yeah. Look, all the endurances, doesn't matter on what league you race in or where it is, whether it's local or international, but to say, you know, you've raced in the 6 hours of this or the 12 hours of that, in the other manufacturing, the other sim racing, I know there are 24-hour events as well, and those are proper endurance events. But anything even from 6 hours upwards is an endurance, and to complete it and to do well in it, as you say, it's a feather in the cap. It's something to be proud of. You can add it to your CV if you have one, and you know and depending on the team that you're in, it makes everyone else aware of the capabilities of that team and the members within that team.
Absolutely, and I see in our chat, SRA Otopis, it just reached 6th place.
Yeah.
And they went in after starting below 10th due to a lag start. So nice to see that the Otopis are doing very, very well and making up a lot of ground with that car. So a big thank you to chat, giving us a little bit of race feedback at the same time. And they are tuck it up right behind Pretorius. Pretorius is fighting fourth place with Stanley Fenter in 5th place. So not racing for position, but definitely just having a bit of a fun run there. Pretorius, though, very slow out of the hairpin. Not quite sure what happened there, but is trying to keep on going and push his way out through the top. So definitely yes. And Suzuka is a very difficult circuit. If you lose your rhythm, take it through the S's, you can easily see the wall and either lose time or see the wall very, very quickly.
Definitely. I said it early on in the stream. That is the first sector of this track is a complete timing sector. It's a matter of having exactly the right speed as you enter the first left and right curves. I'm now talking after the first main turnaround. You enter the snake section, and that whole section is just pure timing. And if you carry too much speed through there, it progressively pushes you out every other corner, and by the time you get to the end of the snake section, you're almost out on the grass or in the tire barrier, because your whole line through the whole set of corners has been compromised. So there's only a couple of tracks on the planet that can be regarded as world class, in my opinion, the best tracks on the planet, Spa being one of them. Suzuka's always been one of these tracks. Any driver will tell you, even the Formula One guys, it's for you to get this whole sector perfect. It puts a smile on your face when you nail it. It's an awesome track. Simple.
Absolutely, and I just want to take a little bit of time to slow the pace down a little bit. And for Mr. Moss, who's lying in 16th place, I just want to say a big sorry for the loss. I'm seeing in chat here, thanks to Randall, a big shout out to Moss. You know what? He's come in and joined. Apparently, Moss and the family have lost their grandfather this week and had to lay him to rest today.
Oh, shame.
And you know what? He jumped on to join us for the 6 hours. So, that's the dedication to the sport. And you know what? For that, it's actually really, really well done. And
hats off to him. Yep.
Proper hats off to him for that. So, you know what? That's really good work. But I see that Gavin sent me a message that he is getting ready to join us. So
okay.
I'll find out if he's ready to chat. Well, Moss going a little bit losing it there. So, but as you said, it's easy to get caught up, especially with the marbles out on the circuit.
Yes.
And still managing to keep the car pointing straight. I'm just going to go find out if Gavin's ready to rock and roll.
Okay.
And let's find out what's happening down in the pits.
So currently back with Jaco Oosthuizen, who is doing 203.7s on his last lap. 3.5 hours into the race now. We are past halfway. Are you back there, Steve? Yes, here you are.
Yep, and you know what? Let's have a little bit of an interview with Gavin. He's actually part of the team with Glee, lying in 15th position.
Okay.
So let's find out what he can do.
Let me...
Gavin, how are you today? Oh, gone again.
I don't know why he does that. Let me try and bring him in here. Hold on. Gavin?
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, there you are. You kept on jumping out the room again. Okay, Steve, go ahead, man.
I don't know why.
Gavin, glad to have you here. And, tell us a little bit of what's happening with the team. You guys are lying in 15th position, really working hard and trying to climb through the ranks. How are you guys feeling, and how's the car feeling, actually?
Obviously, when it starts, the car's full of fuel, as you would imagine. Tires is cold, then we take it easy, and then we push hard. We had a driver swap technical issue. For some reason, I couldn't head back to teammate Paul. I got that sorted out, so I had to go out the lap and come back in. And it seems to be working fine now. He's made up 2 positions, which we are very grateful for now. So far, so good.
No, absolutely. And I mean, it's a lot of hard work that's going into it. So good work for it. And with the team, what's your guys' strategy moving forward with the last 2 hours and 28 minutes of the race?
So I'm going to go back to me because I'm the slowest driver, and then we're going to go to the fastest guy to wrap it up for us on the last hour.
All right. And how does
So-
it feel? How does it feel to be part of the 6 hour Suzuka, right? You know, powered by Republic of Gamers, ASUS, Mettlestate, and RaceFace. How does it feel to be in such an event like this? And walk us through the build-up of that, deciding as a team to enter this race.
So in real life, I've done 24 hours on motorbiking, and I must admit, I think this is more stressful. We're enjoying it so much. We're constantly on Discord talking to each other.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. So it's great fun. We're loving it. The team is, you can hear the wives in the back, and the kids are watching and cheering on. So it's a big thing.
Absolutely. Now, you say you've done 24 hours of motorbiking, so you know, jumping from going from real racing into sim racing, is it a massive jump? I mean, going from 2 wheels to 4 wheels is huge to begin with, but going from, you know, the real world racing or jumping on a bike racing at 24 hours to a sim race of 6 hours, walk us through how's that transition?
I must admit, it's at the stress levels, like I mentioned, is the same. I mean, okay, yes, one is in virtual and you can't really get hurt or anything, but obviously you want to do good and win and do the best for your team that you can. So I can't believe it's very similar to real world.
Yes.
I do also, because of this lockdown thing, you can now imagine everything is virtual. I do real life bicycling with
Yes.
smart trainers online. I actually ride for 2 teams, and it's the same feeling. Eh? I mean, in-game, real life, the stress, the excitement, everything is there. I can't believe ASUS has put such a great event together for us. It's amazing.
Absolutely. And you know what? Since you got the kids watching, is there anyone you want to have a shout out to live on the stream going out to YouTube?
Just everyone from Facebook. I had so many guys that wanted the link, which I shared. So I've got so many friends watching them. They're jumping in and out. I can see they're cheering us on and sending comments. So thank you very much to all the supporters.
Absolutely. Gavin, thank you very much. And thanks for giving us a little bit of insight into how it is going from real world racing to virtual. And good luck to the team. And just let Lead know that we're keeping an eye on him. He mustn't just bin the cars yet. He needs to try get it to the end of the line. I see he's been having a bit of fun with McGregor going and diving him there. So
Yeah, we're pushing on.
absolutely awesome. Big thank you for having it. Alan, you have any questions for Gavin?
Gav, Paul Glee currently in the car. What was your driving stints? Have you broken this down into 1 hour per driver, or is it a little bit longer, or is one of the drivers having more time than the others?
So basically 1 hour, except with the guy who obviously qualified with Wynand. So he's going to finish as well. So I think he's going to have an extra half an hour on us, but that's good.
Okay, all good. I see Gleed, he just had a moment through R130R, but he's kept the car in a straight line, and over the line you're going for another lap here. So well done. It's good stuff. And yes, I have to agree with what you said. The first when I first started getting into some of the races, I also found the experience extremely challenging. The butterflies are always there. The nerves, I know exactly what it's all about. And like you say, you know what, you're in a race. Yes, you can hit a wall and you're not going to hurt yourself or damage a lot of money, but you don't want to drive into the wall. The point of the race is to race and to try and be better than the other people. So I totally understand, and kudos to you, and I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, and thanks for fielding a team in the event, sir.
Absolutely, it's really awesome. And a big shout out to all the families of Gavin Gleed, and also to Mr. Wobble Vaynant. I'm just chucking in there. Vaynant's nickname is Wobble.
Okay. Wobble.
Wobble.
Okay.
But, Gavin, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. And let's get back up to the racing there. Absolutely awesome work going on. And I've got to say, it's really, really good to see Gleed putting in the effort there, trying to power his way up to the top.
Yep. So back up at the front, incredible exhibition driving going on here by Jaco Oosthuizen and the team. These guys are now a clean lap ahead of the entire field. 103 laps with just on, 3.5, so 2.5 hours left. unless they have a huge mechanical problem or some issues, I can't see them putting a foot wrong, and they're going to probably win this hands down.
Absolutely, and I see that you're in very capable hands here. For all the guys watching, big thank you to Alan, who has been doing majority of the commentating that you've been hearing. So, Alan, thank you very much for volunteering your services and keeping everyone company. A big thank you to everyone in chat as well.
Awesome.
As we head on to the 2 hours and 22 minutes to go, I'm going to take a look at what's happening with the pro guys, but you can be sure to see that I'll be coming in and having a chat to you guys and seeing what's happening out there on the circuit. But I've got to say, 14 cars in having a good run here.
Yep.
The underdogs having a good run, and Wursthazen running like absolute clockwork.
Yeah. No, Steve, thanks very much. It's as I said to Bertus, it's been a huge pleasure and a privilege to be part of all of this with RaceFace and Mettlestate, and glad I could contribute and help for added exposure to everybody else that's on the track. It's not always about the fast guys. This is one race, and everyone is getting the exposure. So awesome, and thank you, sir, for joining me. And I'm sure I'll chat to you again before the end of the day's up.
Absolutely, won't miss this. This is the category I would have been racing in, and I think it will be a tight battle between myself and Moss if I was racing.
Good man, Steve. Okay, we'll chat later, sir. So, back to the positions. I'm just monitoring this gap, but I can see Van Rooyen with his 15 seconds is now clearly 30 seconds up the road from Pretorius. So that 15 seconds is essentially null and void right now. Mark McGeer doing well in second place. He's going up the back straight, 103 laps. Michael Van Rooyen is just gone through the hairpin, so that gap is not that far. I'd probably, well, it's a good 30 seconds, but they're in proximity, let's put it that way. On the YouTube, Wyatt Marais, Isherwood in 14th with Dabby, doing some good work. Gath just took 13th. Okay, so you're on talking about Division 1 then or something, I think. Martin Joubert for our Motorsport, currently in 7th. Having a pretty clean race, I must say. And just on 4 laps down from the leaders in 7th place. But chasing down Waldo Swiggers, who's a good bit away around the track. Waldo up in 6th place at the moment. See, I had a few cars drop off here now. We're down to 14 from 18. So we've had a couple of people leave the race. Zander Klingen is disconnected again by the looks of things. Werner Francis, I can't see where they are. They were in the pits and they've disconnected. Moss is disconnected in that Audi. Warwick Stewart is disconnected. Sure, a couple of people have disconnected here. So, Moss, is he still there? Yes, Moss is still there, so he's still lapping. Paul Gleed is 13th place in the McLaren. Coming up to lap Datus Immink and go past him if they can. Left, right. It's going down the inside. Datus Immink kind of moving. Okay, moves over. A little bit of a gap. Ruan, how's it, man? I cannot tell you, sir. My timing screen just says they're in the pits and they're no longer on the track. So I am not exactly sure what is going on, but a pile of people left. Zander just now had a disconnect, and one of his teammates came back on. So Black Widow Racing, I don't know. Yeah. Warwick Stewart. Louis Safontaine, I don't know where he is. Edward Francis. Edward and Werner, both, I don't know where they are. So we'll wait and see if the guys reconnect and get back in the race. There's no reason they shouldn't be able to reconnect unless they're having a personal comms or network issue, power failure, who knows, man. Okay. Let's just take time for this thing to settle itself down. As we see Steve Snow coming into the pits from 8th place in the Bentley. However, here's Waldo Swiggers up in 6th place. Yeah. So I'll tell you who we have lost is our single man, Aldo Bellingham. I can't see him. So the Lamborghini is gone. Either he's had enough and disconnected, or something's also broken, or I don't know, but I can't select him and I can't find him on the track. So Westhuizen up at the top, and he is now past Van Rooyen. So Van Rooyen in 3rd place is now a lap down. Westhuizen is now chasing next up the road. It's Mike McGear. Oh, shame. Jay Dev, Warwick Stewart and Warren Sheehan for SRA Flyers. They had to pack it in due to technical issues with the pit crew. The pit crew, what happened? They were all drunk and nobody could drive anymore. Yeah, it's all in the fun of it. Sorry, guys. Terrible. Tsepo is back in the Mercedes. Tsebo Maloto, and in 4th place, and he's now probably going to try and eat into that gap up to Michael van Rooyen. That gap will change now because they've driver changed and pitted, and Michael van Rooyen still needs to go into the pits and change. So we'll keep an eye out on this gap between 3rd and 4th. I believe this will change. Stanley Fenty in 5th place in Lemon, going through the S-bends. Yeah, you can see from altitude shot from the helicopter how imperative it is to get your racing line right to get through this set of corners. And, you know, if you're too hard, it pushes you out. You've got to get the right lines and you've got to nail your apexes through this whole cluster. Pit crew refused to change 2 tyre punctures that Warwick had picked up. That's unreal. I wonder if they changed, did they maybe not select enough tyres? No, they've got 50 pairs of tyres. Sure, that was weird. I actually remember watching him in the pits and I saw the car, the wheels were turned, it was static in the pit lane, and I thought either he hasn't got in his box properly or... I wonder if that's it. Okay, Datus in the pits. Datus out the pits. Datus still in the car, so he's doing a double stint here. Drops down to 13th. Paul Gleed in the McLaren has just passed them. Oh, that's terrible luck. I can't select Aldo Bellingham. So the guy who was doing the single stint in the Lambo is gone. Not too sure why or where. Martin Joubert in 7th place. Doing well. And as you can see, the gaps are now pretty big in between all the cars. Mike McGear in second place, coming down towards Spoon, and Michael van Rooyen. This gap is 25 seconds. Michael van Rooyen behind Mike McGear. And all three of these guys are on the same lap still. Sculpina in the Aston. I think possibly he has pitted, because that gap has closed down a little bit. 20 seconds between Sculpina and Mike McGear for first and second. Close stuff. Waldo. Yeah, in sixth place. He is chasing down Stanley in Lemon. As you can see, this is actually quite close on the track right now. 2.8 seconds apart. Stanley going into Spoon and Waldo just behind him. So we'll keep an eye out on this for a bit. I'll be right back. And watching Waldo go through the Sector 1S section, definitely closing in on Stanley Fenter. And Stanley's going to feel the pressure, that's for sure. Currently on board, looking ahead at Stanley's Aston. Melvin on YouTube, how's it? Liking the car now? Well done, you had a good stint. Yeah, Waldo's definitely on it here. Gap is slowly closing. I'll give you breakdowns of the laps. Stanley last lap was a 2:05.8. Waldo was a 2:03.2. So he made up 2 seconds on that last lap. Gap currently, we're 1.2. It was 2.7 seconds. So Stanley tiptoeing through the chicane. Waldo piles through the chicane. And the laps are Stanley with a 2:04.0 and Waldo with a 2:03.3. So 7/10 on that lap he's closed in. On board with Stanley, and you can see Waldo in the mirror, in the reverse camera. Yeah, Melvin, cool man, all good. Pity about all the disconnects or the drivers and teams that have left, unfortunately. We were at 18 and We're now at 14. I had 4 drivers just vanish. So, really upset about the Lambo. Aldo Bellingham was right there for a moment. And now he's dropped off the timing system. Excuse me, I'm not going to reset my camera system now. I'll leave it going for now. But we can see in the mirror there, Waldo's definitely closing up now. He's on the back of Stan. Oh, there's something happening. Delport is also closed up on the back of Minnar. Just go and look at this. That's Minnar up ahead in the Ferrari in 9th, and Divan Delport in 10th place in the Bentley, slowly but surely clawing his way back up. We'll go back up to Waldo. Next to each other, next to Stanley, down the main straight. Stanley holds his line. He's certainly not going to give it to him, but it's this is a race for position, so Waldo's got a lot of work to do here. We'll see how he approaches this overtake. Stanley. Oh, he threw it away all on his own. Ran out of talent there, Stan. Waldo up into 5th place. Stanley in the distance, you'll see him come over the hill there. No. Ivan Delport in 10th place. He's 4 seconds back. No, this isn't 4 seconds. This gap is a lot closer. This is now down to 2 seconds. 1.6. Ivan chasing down J.K. Minnar in the Ferrari. Thanks for the update there, Melvin. I don't know. I watched on the my feed. It didn't. I don't know. I didn't see contact, but I didn't have the right camera angle either, so I wasn't 100% sure. Currently on the no, that's the chase. This is front of the car, looking ahead at the Gulf-colored Ferrari going down the straight. That's 9th position. J.K. Minot starts lap 109. Ivan Delport 109. And we're at two hours left. So should start seeing cars come into the pits. And Michael van Rooyen's first to peel in. Right at the beginning or at the end of the pit lane. Michael van Rooyen in from 2nd place. This I'm sure will be a default tyre change. Probably refuel and probably a driver change. But let's see. Yes. Cooper is back in the car. So they exit. Hannes van Wyk, I think he has gone through and should be in 2nd. Just wait for the timing systems to catch up. Sculpina in the Aston still out in the lead. Right, just catching up on messages. But Stanley's in. So Stanley comes in with the Lambo, the Aston, sorry, Lemon. Paul Gleed also in just ahead of him. You can see J.K. Minot has done all his pit stops. Delport, Van Deventer, those 3 drivers have all done 5 pit stops already, and there's still 2 hours to go, so there's going to be a few extra pit stops for some teams. Sculpina still has 2 pit stops to go, which is perfectly on schedule with the race, so these guys are running like a clockwork. I expect they should be in the next, I'd say, 10 minutes or so, if they are doing this according to the proper timing systems. 2nd place, Hannes van Wyk. They have 1 in hand, or still have to complete 1, so they'll probably do 2 more. But again, I'm not sure what their fuel strategy is, so we'll see. Thanks to everyone watching on YouTube. This is the ASUS Republic of Gamers, or ROG. 6 hours of Suzuka, partnered by Mettlestate and powered by RaceFace. It's me, Alan Patterson, in the Pro-Am broadcasting booth, live streaming to you from Suzuka. We have been going now for 4.5 hours, including practice and etc. Started with 17 cars, got a late joiner, and then had a mass disconnect of 3 or 4 cars literally within 5 minutes of each other. And so unfortunately we're down to 14 cars in this race. Oh dear. Gavin Devereaux in 12th place has got a drive through. That was probably speeding in the pit lane. Comes through the last chicane, and he's going to come straight in now to serve his stop go. Oh, sorry, drive through. So this will clear when he comes out the other end of the pit lane. He's got to put pit limiter on. Pit limiter at 50, and you have to press a button, and you've got to be 50 k's or under. That feels like forever crawling down a pit lane at that speed. Martin Jabé in the pits, as we can see, in 8th place. Okay, Gavin coming out the other side of the pits, and that DT should disappear. There you go. Waldo howls it into the pits, hits the pit limiter, as does Minnow. JK Minnow and the Ferrari's in, Waldo's in, so there's a position change straight away. Van Deventer, who was chasing Minnow for 10th. No, they're on 110 laps, so they're still 2 laps back. So Minnow is he's got a whole pit stop in hand here from a positional point of view. He'll come out in 10th place. Waldo Swiggers is currently in 5th, 113 laps, and here's Craig Hunter. Craig Hunter taken over from Stanley. Wonder if he's going to come have an interview. Let me go and see if he's around. Let me just confirm. Who is this? Splendid. It's Eduardo. I'm going to bring him in. Let's see what happened here. Eduardo. Eduardo, are you there, my man?
Hello, I am indeed.
What happened, man?
Some server issue and we got disconnected. And when we reconnected, we were set to 0 laps. So we were 86 laps behind.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, but I mean, we were running 10th.
You should have just carried on. I mean, you could have put an objection in and, you know, they could have seen when you reconnected and just added the laps onto it.
Yeah, that sounds more unfair to the people racing than not, you know.
Yeah,
like,
all good, all good.
but these things happen. Somebody's got to come last. You know, you can't all win.
Well, I'm terribly sorry. I feel really bad for you guys now because we were like following you and watching you get through the race, and the next thing it wasn't just you, man. It was 3 other cars just like stopped. So I don't know if there was a ping issue or something that happened on the server, but
What had happened to us, we went in for driver change,
right.
and the game wouldn't give control to the next driver.
Oh.
It just, neither of us could get the car to pull away, so we both jumped out, both jumped back in, and yeah, it said, you're done 0 laps, 86 laps behind. So we'll take this one on the chin and register for the next event.
Register for the next one. Keep on plugging. Eduardo, thanks, man, and so sorry about that, buddy. It was
it happens, eh?
I hope you enjoyed it while you were in it.
I don't know, myself and my teammate both were more disappointed that we couldn't finish than we were angry that we entered.
I'm sure.
We're already talking about practice times for whatever the next event is.
Cool.
So yeah, you'll definitely see us there.
Good. Well, let Venna know I said, hey, Bama, I'm terribly sorry, and looking forward to seeing you guys in a race soon, man.
Thanks for having us, dude.
Awesome.
Cheers,
welcome.
mate.
Take it easy. Oh, that's terrible. I feel so bad for them. It's not without its faults. Let's put it down to that. People do have problems with this thing. It does funny things sometimes. But however, you can't say it's consistent. It's a consistent failure. It's you know, some people don't have a problem and some people do. So terribly bad luck, and really sorry for you guys. But thanks still for the first half of the race that you guys were in it. Okay, so been watching Craig Hunter in the Lemon, stable in 6th place, but we have NJ Westhuizen, who is bombing along now in the Lexus down here. He's 7th, and where's Melvin? There's Melvin. And where's Craig? Craig's here. Okay, so they're a lap ahead. So currently, Skalpina is in the lead on 118 laps. In 2nd place, we've got Hannes van Wyk in 117 laps. 3rd place, Fraser Cooper, 117 laps, and trying to stay in touch with Hannes by the looks of things.
Absolutely. It seems like the racing here is getting tight and fast. But I see in our interview room is old Stanley Fenter pulling off his VR headset and now wanting to... Let's see if we can get an understanding. Stanley, welcome to the... Well, essentially to the bird's nest of things. And pulling off your VR headset and coming to join us here. How did your stint go?
Well, the first stint was quite good. I think I actually did set a good pace for us. We actually consolidated nicely. Started in 14th, worked our way up. Had a couple of ping pong battles and a couple of argy-bargies, but you know, that's racing, door-to-door stuff. And then sitting down for the second session, it just, it was a little bit tougher in the second session because trying to get the tire pressures right. The tire pressures were running a little bit hot at one stage. But we were still running fairly consistent. But then, as Alan pointed out, I ran out of talent there at one stage.
Not your first.
I knew Valdo and them were coming at a pace and a half. I'd been having a bit of a horror show on that specific corner.
Stanley.
And I put the power down too early, and yes, the arse just got a little bit wide on me.
Yeah.
So I'm sure if the other fellow retro sim racing driver, Yucko, was keeping an eye, he would have told you exactly where to go at that point.
I think if I was racing with Yaku, I think he would have been screaming his head off. You know, we give him torturous moments when we race together in our racing. But yes, no, it's been good with the team of guys we got here: Craig Hunter and Jude. Race Flying Gypsies with them. In Sim Race SA. Jude, a young chap. Last night he was battling to get under 208s.
Wow.
And today he's setting the quickest laps for us.
It just goes to show, eh?
Absolutely. Now, Yucko, Stanley, we want to inquire. You know, you're one of the few drivers that are racing with VR.
Yes.
And explain a little bit of difficulty of racing with VR. Does it make things a bit more immersive and a bit more exciting, or does that wall look a lot bigger on VR than racing it with a screen in front of you?
Well, I'll put it this way: the back end of other cars approach a lot quicker than would normally on a screen, as Waldo can attest in the first stint, because it felt like he came to a standstill on the chicane, and I gave him a bit of a nudge. But fair pass policy, I waited for him to get back. We both lost 2 positions, and then we started fighting again and having a argy-bargy good fun times. The VR can be quite immersive. You can see to your left and right as you turn your head. My wife says it's funny because she sits and watches sometimes, and she sees my head turning around the corners. So, you know, like you would in any real life, you actually you feel the G-force before it's there.
Yes.
But yes, quite immersive. My eyes are now shot because I've been sitting behind the VR for the last 2.5 hours.
I can imagine.
it gets quite warm. But yeah, you know what? It's not for everyone. It took me a good 2 months to get used to it. The first 5 minutes, I used to practice 5 minutes at a time for the first month, because otherwise I'd get up and I'd want to just cotch everywhere.
Wow. Okay, so there is an element of seasickness or motion sickness.
Yes, but
Sure.
but once your body gets used to that, your butt's firmly planted, and you're feeling it through your hands and your eyes, you know, you get used to it. As I
Yeah.
said, I still battle. I can't do stints longer than an hour and a half, because then I feel like it actually makes you quite tired.
Wow. Yeah, Bashir, other quick chap in Simrace South Africa, he also runs on VR and he's quick with it. So, but you know, then I've heard from Daniel and a couple of other people about whether the quality is good enough and you know, is the frame rate good enough and so on and so forth. So you experiencing eye fatigue. It's obviously not working as it should or as it is designed to, but still it must be a unique way to actually play in the game with the headset though.
I would recommend to anyone else to at least have a try in it, because it's fully immersive. You know,
I'd love
that's
to.
it.
Yep.
Yeah, you can set up a triple screen. Not everyone can afford a triple screen. I was lucky. I got my Rift at a good price.
Okay.
But still older technology, and maybe that's why my eyes are straining a little bit.
Okay.
But I think in a year or two's time, once COVID's gone and
Yes.
finances are back to normal, I might invest in one up on a better graphics card as well, because
Okay.
I'll be honest, it does take quite a decent powered graphics card to run this comfortably.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, absolutely awesome! And what's the plans for the race team now? Going as we watching Hunter make his way around the circuit. What's the plan going forward for you guys to finish up those last 1 hour and 45 minutes of the race?
Well, we've just been, obviously, as I said, we're trying to get the tire pressures right as the temperatures change, so we're having to adjust that every stint as the guys come in. We've got our fuel buckled down, so we know that everyone can get a double, they can do an hour stint each. You know, we wanted to give everyone a fair share, because it's Craig and Jude's first time doing an endurance.
Okay.
But pretty much running an hour each and making sure we keep it clean, but as quick as possible within the limits. You've obviously seen Melvin and them moaning about their engine light showing yellow. Ours is also showing yellow. So it's entertaining, because I've never seen that happen before.
What does that mean?
So...
Are you guys having a problem?
No, we don't know if it's just engine wear potentially, and a bit of engine strain from using the brakes, using the engine braking instead of
Okay.
actually
Okay.
braking normally. And I don't know, you know, it's first time I've seen it in ACC, so. But yeah, it's been fun in the pro-am, the guy, well, in the amateur class. The guys have actually been fairly clean. You know, we've all had our incidents. No diss to Moss, you know, I think best intentions.
Yes.
Their line slightly different to ours. But yeah, we just had to have some fun with everyone else and actually enjoy some challenging racing, which
Cool.
it has.
I want to just say congrats and well done on the fair pass policy. I mean, it was a gentleman thing to do. You had the contact, there was a turnaround, everyone stopped, you let them maintain their position. That's exactly what you needed to do. So awesome. Thanks at least for doing the gentleman thing, bud.
As I said, Alan, at the end of the day, we're all here to race. We don't want to ruin anyone's race.
Exactly.
And yeah, I know I had a little bump with one of the back markers on the one hairpin early on as well, where they closed the door on me and I couldn't really do much.
Yeah.
But there, I didn't impede him too much. I know he kind of partially spun, but it wasn't a positional race test.
Yeah.
I carried on.
All good.
So it's assessing each situation, and I've been doing this only 6-7 months now, properly, and I'm enjoying it and getting faster slowly.
Good, man. Well,
and hopefully next time you can join us as well.
Hopefully, I will definitely. We got other series coming up soon, and we're all going to be racing in it. So yeah, we'll get there together somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yes. No. Exactly.
Cool.
But Al, thanks a lot for having me.
Thanks, buddy.
Going strong, bud.
Okay, take it easy.
Okay.
Cheers. Bye. Excellent. Thanks for the chat, Stanley Venter from the Lemon, and guys are doing really well. Craig Hunter currently in the car, and last lap time 2:06.2, so guys are lapping well. 6th place. Let's see further down the list what's going on. Daniel, sorry, I was looking for Devon Delport. He had a huge moment actually in the Bentley, just going on to the start-finish line. Steve Snow, yeah, anytime when you're ready. Are you there? No, you're not there yet. So 1:42, almost 1.5 hours left. Guys have been going for 4.5, nearly 4.5. So at least a pit stop for most of the cars. I've got to say, Sculpino out in the lead, they still have to take 2 pit stops. It's not a want, they have to. So they're going to have to come in 2 more times between now and the end of the race, and there is only 1 hour 40 minutes left, which means I don't know if there's a limit on how late you can leave the last pit stop to. They might do it on the very last lap. I can try and find that out, but yeah, they've still got to go in and out of the pits twice. So let's see how that transpires. But considering they're a whole lap ahead, yeah, my sums, this could, I don't know, let's see. Van Wyk also has one. Okay, if they Hannes van Wyk has one to do and will probably do it on the hour. Then his things are done. All his laps, all his pit stops are done. Where Skulk still will need to do one. And the gap is currently, he's going through the hairpin, and Hannes is here at Spoon, just ahead of him. So they're almost 2 full laps ahead. So I think they'll be able to put that last pit stop, go in and come out and still be in first place, which is impressive. We shall see. I agree, Steve. Yep, we will. We'll try and find out if there is a pit window on that. Let me see. Where are you? Are you coming, or aren't you? Peter Craylan currently in 12th, and Gavin Devereaux in 13th. These guys are racing for position. This is not 4 seconds. This is more like 1 second apart at the moment. Oh, sorry, it's that lead. So between the blue car, Peter Crayling and Devereaux, which is about 4 seconds, Pienaar is overtaking them all. Skulk. So Devereaux is he's latching onto the back of Peter Crayling in the Aston Martin for a position change for 13th and 12th place. Where? There you are there. Yo, Steve!
Hey, Alan, how are you?
I'm fine, man. How are you?
Very good. Sorry, man.
Good,
I wasn't
man.
actually sure if you were talking to me or not. Come in the box.
No, I was looking and there was no one there, and here you are. So thanks for coming back, man.
No problem, I love it, Joe.
Good. Did you have fun there just now?
I did. I had a much better second stint, I'll say that.
I agree. Yeah, you were much more stable.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes here and there again, and then I had a bit of a wiggle with the centre. I left him space, and then he thought I was leaving him more space. I was like, okay, well,
yeah,
I can't exactly go off you, man.
No, yeah.
But good fun.
Good fun.
Got Devon in the car. Now, just so you know, that incident was actually as he came out of the second part of the chicane.
Okay.
His tail end snapped at him.
Okay.
He tried to grab it, but he just couldn't do it. I mean,
No.
these Bentleys like to go.
Yeah, and so it had to turn around. That's what I thought happened. Yeah, I just missed it, but anyway.
Bit of a good one. We're doing our best to try and keep pace so we can just get Ryan into the last stint of the car and extend his stint a little bit, just so we can hoy it, you know?
Yeah, I just watched him almost do another little left-right here, coming out of Spoon onto the back straight. So you
Suzuka's surprising on how many pieces of the track actually have that little kink that throws you.
Yes. Well, listen, it's also this thing, and it's torque. It's got a huge amount of power, so you've got to be gentle with your the loud pedal, you know.
Yeah.
Michael LaRue up ahead of you in 8th place is in the start of the S-bends, and you guys are coming onto the start-finish line. So this is in an hour and a bit. This is still make-upable. You could still get a net 8th place if you keep on going.
Yes, I do agree. I mean, but you've also got to look at. I'm not too sure where Oosthuizen is. I can't see him on. Yeah, but I mean, you know, there's pits involved for them as well.
Yes.
You never know what could happen. They could spin out or something like that. The new guy coming in could make a mistake. And Ryan, like I say, he's angst. He's waiting to get in this car to go.
So you've got one more stop to go. You're going to basically brim it, change tires and drivers, and you're going to do that on the hour. Is that right?
Yes, that'll be. I think if I'm not mistaken, Devon's going to come in about 20 minutes or so, and then we're going to pass it over to the range to Ryan so he can finish strong for us.
So that puts you... Yeah, okay, so you'll have run an extra pit stop then.
Yes, what happened in my stint with the I don't know if you saw the collision, I lost it out of Spoon.
Yes.
And I got hit by Surfontaine. So I had a bit of damage. And we were sissing for about 4 or 5 laps, whether it's worth it to stay out or not. But I was a good 2 or 3 seconds slower.
Yeah, rather fix it.
Understand that. So we thought, let's pull it in, fix it, and then just have some good laps there.
Okay.
And I see we just got to drive through.
You just got to drive through.
All 3 of us are guilty of going track limits. So I can't blame anybody here.
No, it's all good. Look, that'll be quick, but yeah, listen, 1.5 hours to go. There's still a lot of racing, so tell your man who's getting back in the car to get ready, and let's see what he can do in the last stint. It is going to come down to pit stops and how well the guys are doing lap times, so hope it goes well for you, man.
Yeah, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We know the guys, like Devon was saying while he's on track now, he says you can see the guys are getting tired.
Yes.
6 hours is no small change.
No, fatigue sets in. These are big races, man.
Yeah, so Bellingham, is he still here?
No, he's gone.
Seen him. Oh, that's unfortunate.
I know.
He was doing actually fantastic.
I was miffed, man. Like 4 cars disappeared at the same time, including him. And we went from 18 to 14. Literally, I looked and they were all gone. So
yeah, I was also wondering what happened, and I couldn't really suss out who left, but I see Bellingham, and I was so looking forward to see where he finished.
Me too, as a single driver. Yeah, he was
definitely hats off to him, because that is not a small feat. That
no, man, he was trying hard. That was a big thing.
He might have needed the bathroom break, and then load shedding kicked in or something. This is South Africa after all.
Yeah, something. Got it.
So yeah, but Alan, thanks for having me again, man. I look forward to seeing you at the end.
Awesome, buddy. Take it easy. Chat later. Bye. Cool. So back to our leader Skulk. Flawless at the moment, but let's look at Cooper. Fraser Cooper in the other Aston, carrying the 15-second penalty and chasing Hannes van Wyk. Oh, and as I do that, Hannes has a huge slide coming through Spoon. So that's going to have slowed him up. Hannes is now on the back straight, and Fraser Cooper is coming to Spoon. So that gap, it was 20. Let's see what it is at the next split. Cooper is definitely closing in on Hannes, and Hannes is sliding. So the tires are probably off. So it was a 20-second. Let's see what the gap is now. Okay, Hannes through the chicane onto the start-finish line. Also, so still 20 seconds. I thought he'd make up some time there. Hannes goes over the line and does a 2:04.4 with a big slide. Cooper's on his way through the chicane. Coming down to the start-finish line now. We'll see what this lap is. He does a 2:03.6. So 1.1 seconds quicker that lap he was over Hannes van Wyk. So yeah, Fraser Cooper's pushing for this for second place. This race isn't over here. Both of these teams have, excuse me, a pit stop at hand, but they're obviously carrying an additional 15 seconds, so that's going to come into account later on. In 5th place, Melvin Khoos is quietly rocking along. They've made up a couple of positions. I remember looking at him earlier and he was in the 7th, I think, or 8th or somewhere. So, also going well. 30 minutes to go up to the hour where I expect everyone will be doing their last change, and that'll then be that as far as pits go. It's then going to be a flat out sprint, except for our leader, Skalpina. He does have to pit twice. So when we're at 60 minutes, then the cards are on the table. We will see where everyone stands and how much is still got to go. Anybody still can make up time, etc., etc. Oh my word, Melvin sideways drifting, Vin Diesel style. Maloto still going around in 4th place in the big Merc, sounding magnificent, looking awesome, and also thundering through there. Last lap at 2:04.6, and he is ...126 laps, all on his own. Fraser Cooper ahead of him in 3rd, 127 laps, and Melvin Khoos behind him, 125 laps. So currently at the moment, 1st, 2nd and 3rd are all on the same lap, and then everyone else is 126 or lower. Alpha Quad SA on YouTube. Go Melvin. I agree. Man's doing well. Definitely climbing up the timing system. But okay, he's now on the same lap as Sebo, and Sebo is just laying down here for the chicane. So he's literally a whole lap behind Sebo. So, but it's still 1.5 hours to go. You can make that time up if Sebo has a problem somewhere. G. Devereaux down in 13th is still chasing. The McLaren is still chasing Peter Kralin. This is for position. They're 10 seconds apart. Peter Kralin here going through Spoon. And Gavin Devereaux here coming into Spoon. So there's a close dice all the way down right to the last position in this race. These guys are on 119 laps after 4.5 hours of racing. They're only 10 seconds apart on the track. That's incredible. That shows the the competitive spirit of all drivers in this race. Doesn't matter whether you're one of the quick guys or you midfielders. There's always a race to be had somewhere. Just having a look at the other stream to see the positions, but George runs the timing system a little bit differently to mine, so I can't kind of make out who's where in that race, to be honest. Okay, back with you here. Fraser Cooper, catch up on this gap. Fraser into Spoon, and Hannes just gone through 130R on the way to the last chicane. Oh dear, Mr. Hunter's just got a drive through. Craig Hunter. That was for speeding in the pit lane, unfortunately, so Craig's had to drive through again. They're in 6th. Where is NJ Oosthuizen? Oh, they're almost a whole lap behind going through the S-bend, so Hunter will bring the Lambo out, still in 6th place. The Aston. There we go, drive-through's cleared, so no position lost. And one more pit stop to go. So that could have been a drive-through due to too many off-track excursions. Heard a car revving. Oh, Craig Hunter runs wide there. It sounded like the Audi was having a moment somewhere. Alpha Quad SA, I can tell you right now, so stand by. Skulk Pinner in the lead, just gone over the start finish line and starting the first sector. His last lap was a 201.7 versus their best of a 201.6, so that is incredibly quick lap times. Hannes van Wyk coming into the chicane. We'll see what he does as he goes over the start finish line. He is what looks like at least 40 seconds back from Skulpina. Hannes does a 204.1 versus the 201.7 of Skulk, so 3.5 seconds, 3 seconds quicker. Fraser coming through the chicane, and this is 3rd place. This lap time is a 203.2 against Hannes's 204.1. So Fraser's eating into that gap to Hannes. This is definitely closing up for second and third. Skulk is out and gone, in my opinion, but okay, that's why the gaps come down, because as you can see, Skulk has a lap, at least one pit stop, so they've completed one of their 2s. So, hello Corne Briet, how's it? And Redan Fester. Skulpina has he did a pit stop when I wasn't watching, so they've brought it down to 1 left, so they're going to have one more pit stop to do before the end of the race, as has Hannes and Fraser. So the net split here, you can see Van Wyk is heading down towards Spoon. Here he is here in the purple car, and here is Fraser Cooper, if the camera can keep up, heading towards Spoon. So that gap is 8.7 seconds plus the 15 seconds on Cooper's time, so 23 seconds back in 3rd place. Oh, that's where Moss's got stuck in the sand trap. Oh, he's getting it going. Hopefully he doesn't come out in the way of anyone. Then 4th place back is Tsebo Moloto, going through the end of the snake section on sector 1, and his last lap was a 204.2. Melvin Khoos in 5th place, a lap back doing 205s. So it's the guys that can do 203s and quicker that are going to be on the podium. Hannes van Wyk, actually, his last lap was a 218. So I don't know what happened there. Either he had a turning around somewhere, or... And Fraser Cooper is... Yeah. So Fraser Cooper, that gap is now down to 7.3 seconds. So Steve saying the alien is climbing into the car now. That should be, I think, it's a Jude Craig. Jude Stewart? Craig Hunter's in the car now, I think. Oh, ran a little wide there. Cooper coming up to... He'll want to get past her as quickly as he can because he's chasing Hannes van Wyk for position. Okay. Craig getting shown the flag, does well to move over. Well, doesn't really move over, just slows down. That's awesome. Well done, guys. Good overtake. Krupa on his way. And Hannes van Wyk here at the chicane. Runs in a bit deep. This will be a... Oh, he also had LaRue to pass, so that'll have slowed him a little bit. So let's watch this lap time. Okay, so Ryan's going to get in the car. Got you. Van Wyk. 205.6. Coop. Also 205.6. So the traffic held both of them up even amount. So, yeah, there we go. It's all going to happen shortly. Just having a catch up here. This is the ASUS Republic of Gamers 6 hours of Suzuka, partnered by Mettlestate and powered by RaceFace. We are coming down to the hour, just on 20 minutes to go. There was a yellow flag being shown there, so somebody had an off here just ahead of Cooper. There was an accident between car 420. Okay. Daniel van Deventer. Oh, it's a whole pile of traffic here. Oh, everyone's got to watch out. Master's also there in the Audi. Oops. First isn't just helping Moss to just keep right. Van Deventer in the Aston goes past. Right. Ryan Ottens is now in the Bentley again. And he's going to be pushing. So Ryan Ottens now in 10th. Excuse me. And oh, a huge slide. You can see the black marks he just left there. That's what happens when you take too much pace through the snake section here in the first sector. With that amount of torque, the Bentley just paints black lines. Ryan is he's chasing Peter Oberholzer. This is Peter Oberholzer in the Ferrari going onto the start-finish line, and Ryan is heading towards the hairpin and then down to Spoon. So he's half a track back, and that is the gap between 9th and 10th position with 1 hour and 15 minutes to go. Both of these, no, Ryan doesn't have to refuel again or pit. They have done everything. So has PJ Oberholzer, but let's see. I don't know if the Ferrari can get to the end without a pit stop. I think the Bentley can. We'll have to see how that one pans out. Hello, Barry Mayer. How's it? Shouting for Hannes and BWR. Hannes is doing well. He is second place. Cleanly in second place, with Cooper closing down but carrying a 15-second time penalty as Maloto goes into the pits for their last stop. That's a little early at 1 minute 16, but okay. So Maloto's gone in. That's them done now as far as the pit stops go. The leaders, Pienaar, Van Wyk and Cooper, still need to pit, all of them. And but Pienaar being the only car, well, he's not now after that pit stop. He was an entire lap ahead of the whole field. He's now Skulk Pienaar, Hannes van Wyk and Fraser Cooper all on lap 134. Skulk going over the line now. He starts lap 135. Hannes van Wyk he's just gone through under the overpass for the hairpin. That's second place, so he's half a lap back. And Fraser Cooper is just coming to the hairpin, so that gap is quite close. In fact, 8 seconds. 8 seconds plus the 15 seconds, so back down to 23 seconds. Cooper chasing Hannes van Wyk. So, yeah, Barry, it's all happening here. It's a close race, and we're getting to the sharp end of it now with 1 hour to go. Peter Oberholzer is still in 9th, just starting the first sector. Ryan Ottens down at Spoon Curve, half a lap back, but obviously trying hard to catch up. Peter Oberholzer's last lap was a 2:05. Ryan Ottens was a 2:04.1. So definitely closing down that gap. Gavin Devereaux, he was having his own dice with Peter Krailing. Peter Krailing is over the start-finish line, and Gavin Devereaux going through 130R for the last chicane. That gap is give or take 20 seconds. Oh, Devereaux powers it into the chicane. That's a little bit too quick. So they're still on for a position change, and Peter Krailing is running with the 15-second penalty. So let's look at that difference. 20 seconds. So essentially they are only 5 seconds apart on the track between 12th and 13th place. Oh, Barry, what the heck? Only for 45 minutes in your pedal start. That's terrible. Yes, thanks, man. I'm getting feedback on my WhatsApps from Johan and everyone else about Kieran and Leslie. They're doing really well and apparently in 3rd place, so I'm very proud of them. Thanks, bud. Right, back up. Skulk. Oh, Mark McGear's pitted. There's been a driver change. I didn't see this. So Mike McGear's in the car and they are done. Cooper has now inherited second place because of that. So these guys need to pit and try and come out ahead of Mike McGear. So we're going to just keep an eye on when this pit stop happens. Sculpin are in the lead and doing 2:02's race pace. Cooper last lap at 2:04 and Mike McGear just out the pits at 3:19. So that's Mike and their team done for the day as far as pit stops goes. Mike's going to drive this to the end, no question. Behind them we've got Jaco Pretorius in 4th place, currently going over the start finish line, and their last lap was a 2:02.8. That was a great lap. Melvin Goos is chasing them, and Melvin is over the start finish line now, so that gap is 16 seconds. So it's all closing up everywhere up and down the field. Melvin Goos 16 seconds behind Jaco Pretorius, and that's for 4th and 5th. Yes, J-Dev, definitely. Melvin's on a charge and driving well and closing that gap up. Oh dear, Craig Hunter's just got a 5-second penalty for, sure, I don't know what. And he's back in 6th place. He's going down to Spoon all on his own at 134 laps. Behind him we have Oosthuizen, NJ Oosthuizen, tiptoeing through the final and coming into the pits. So this is a position change possibly. He's coming in, he's braking a little bit early. You only need to brake further down there, buddy. Michael LaRue, here he comes, and this is for 8th on Oosthuizen. And LaRue doesn't need to do a pit stop. So this will probably be a position change, or they're going to still have to take a pit stop with 1 hour 10 to go. So I'm going to try and keep up, and there's a lot of changes happening, so we'll see what happens from here. There LaRue goes through, so he's going to go past Oosthuizen, and somebody's now stopped in the pit lane. Mr. Moss. Okay, he's rolling again. There we go. Okay, Oosthuizen, 7th. Craig Hunter. Sorry, Michael LaRue. 134. So that's net 7th place now. They've gone forward in position. Oh, everyone's getting 15s and 5-second penalties here for being naughty. So what's going on? Mike McGear is now in 3rd place. Fraser has passed, he's chasing down Fraser. Fraser doing 2:04s. Mike's last lap was a 2:13. And Jaco Pretorius is now on the same lap as Mike McGear. Although he's a good sure, he's a good couple of seconds behind. So let's watch what happens over the line now for this this next lap. Fraser in 2nd place, going through Spoon here, as you can see, on 137 laps. Mike McGear is just going through turn 1 on 137 laps. And then Jaco Pretorius is going down towards Spoon on 136 laps. Melvin Goos is just through the hairpin and heading down to Spoon on 136, chasing Jaco. But Jaco has a 15-second penalty. So that tells me Melvin Goos has now moved up into 4th place. So, because of Jaco's 15-second penalty, Melvin, yes. But there's still a pit stop to be done. So we'll leave it all there for now and see how this goes in the next... we've got 8 minutes to the hour, so in the next 10 to 15 minutes everyone who needs to pit stop still will have done a pit stop, and that'll be that. We'll then see where they stand. Pino coming up to lap Melvin here. This is going to put them 3 laps back. But Pino not in a rush to make the move. He knows he's got a huge gap to... Oh, and Cooper's now just got a 15 seconds penalty. You guys are not helping yourself at this rate. Oh. So Cooper gets a 15-second penalty with Pretorius. Melvin's being shown the blue flag, so he's going to move over. And he's going to let Pinot go around the inside. He will now. As they head down to Spoon, he should just stay wide through this complex. No, he doesn't. Pinot's not really pushing the overtake move, although the blue flags, there he is now. He moves over to the inside, so Pinot goes past for the pass. Okay. So on his way to 140 laps with 1 hour and 6 minutes to go. Wow. Melvin was pushing him through the S-bends there, just trying to keep in contact with Skulk Pinot. So over the line, that's a slow 203 for Skulk, and Melvin doing a 204.4. Okay, Cooper in second place is coming up to the hairpin with a 15-second penalty. Mike McGear is far away, going over the start-finish line. So Cooper's okay with that 15-second penalty, is still net second place, but still needs to pit. No, Steve, it's not just you. I said that at the beginning, pal. It's there's at least 10 Astons still in the race here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Astons left. So yeah, a lot of as Mike slides through the last sector of the snake curves. It's clearly the favourite car. It's the easiest car to drive. Can do pretty quick lap times, so it's an obvious choice for this track. The apparent quickest cars on this track are supposed to be the Mercedes and the Audis, if I can just let you know. So there is one Audi and one Mercedes in the race. The rest are the easy to handle Astons. A twitchy Ferrari and 2 Lexuses. One Lexus. So we're counting down to 1 minute, 3 minutes to 1 hour left. Last 60 minutes, and there's still a couple of yellow boxes up there, as you can see. I'm watching my timing board, and I'm waiting for Pit to pop up next to the likes of Skulk Pinot and Fraser Cooper, Melvin, Craig Hunter, Peter Kralin. You all still have to do one official pit stop. Everyone else is done, but they might still do another one. So in 30 minutes time, I'm going to be raising my voice a little bit because I'm sure there are going to be some close action dices on the track at that point. Melvin Coast coming up to traffic here. Jaco Pretorius heading down towards Spoon with a 15-second penalty, and Melvin Coast going around the hairpin. That gap 17 seconds plus the 15, so the gap is currently 2 seconds between Pretorius and Coast, but with a pit stop still needed by Melvin. Yeah, Kieran and Leslie are driving the Merc, and they are saying, you know, you've got to work a lot harder on the setup to get the car to be stable. It seems to be very tail happy and generates a lot of tail tank slappers, but it's a different mindset to driving it. If you're skilled enough to drive it, then you'll do good times with the car. It's just commonly known that the Aston is the easiest car to drive out of the whole field and will generate good consistent lap times. It's extremely well balanced, so we can understand, excuse me, I can understand why there's so many in the race. Alright, here we go. Michael LaRue's in the pits and Fraser Cooper's in the pits. There we go. This is official last call. These guys are, after this, it's done. As long as they don't speed exiting now or do something stupid, they're in it for the next 60 minutes, and we'll have to see what the timing boards say from here going forward. Excuse me. Off goes Ferreira, so that's a driver change. Cooper's out. I've got Ferreira in for the last stint. Terence Ferreira for Kai K Racing. I don't know how quick he is. I don't recall seeing him earlier or the times, but let's see now. Mike McGear, let's have a look what the gap is now. Where's my mouse? Here we go. Right, here's Mike just ahead. So Mike's gone through into second place, and Ferreira is just exiting the last snake curve, so that gap is probably about, there it is, so it's about 8 to 10 seconds. We'll see going into the hairpin. Here comes Mike, and in the distance there you'll see, there he is. That's the gap, plus 15 seconds however for the penalty for Ferreira, Terence Ferreira. So Mike now up into a clean net, second place. Pino still to pit, Gous still to pit, and here comes Hunter into the pits as we speak. So this is Craig's last stop for the Lemon. This will be brimmed, new tackies. I don't know if there'll be a driver change. So Christian Frencham on YouTube saying no way the Aston Martin is the easiest. They believe, or he believes, the Lexus to be easier, possibly. If you just go and do some of the checkups on the consistently quicker lap times, the Aston provides a quicker lap time. So I do know that the Lexus is a very easy car to drive, but it being a V8 as well, a little bit higher, etc., etc. I haven't driven one in earnest. I have played around with it, but I have driven the Aston in competition, and it is quite an easy car to drive when it's set up properly. Beep beep. Okay, off he goes. Stewart. Jude is in the car. This will be the last stint for him. And out he comes. I see Wibbles in the background in the Ferrari. So the last two that still need to officially do the pit stops is Melvin and our leader. Oh, oh, what is Skulk doing here? Car was jumping around a little bit there. Somebody got a bad ping going on or something. Okay, onto the start finish line. Here we go. This is now 1 hour left, sub 60 minutes. Skulk Pinnar, last lap at 202.7. 144 laps. Mike McGear is 142 laps. 2 laps back. Terence Ferreira is very close, but carrying 15 seconds. So the gap between them is 9 seconds plus 15. So 24-second gap between second and third place with an hour to go. And all pit stops done and dusted. So, oh, and he runs it a bit hot into the chicane. We'll have to monitor that. Let's see how he does there. Fourth is Jaco Pretorius in the big Mercedes. He's now in, and he's also carrying 15 seconds as Melvin's now in the pits. So here's Melvin's last stop in 5th place. 141 laps. Jude Stewart in 6th place here coming along. This is going to be a position change. Jude Stewart is coming down onto the start finish line. This is going to take them from 6th up to 5th. Melvin's still not moving. So Jude's coming, and Joandre Brits is back here in the Lexus. Okay, a long way back, but he's also in... Alright, hang on, let me just catch up. Okay, sorry. Probably had to still cross the line. So he's gone over the line, 142 laps. Jude Stewart's on 141. He's still a lap back. Jaco Pretorius is coming down to the start-finish line. He's going to go on to 143 laps. This lap time being a 2:04 on the dot. And he's chasing Terence Ferreira, who is 11, not 11, a good couple of seconds up the road. It's like 40 something seconds up the road. Oh, Peter. Yes, it is Peter Krobler. It's got a drive through. So, oh, all that work done for naught. It was speeding in the pit lane probably, so he's got to do a drive through. They will stay in 5th. Jude Stewart is just ahead of him and on 141 laps. Even with the drive through, they're not going to make up that time. So we wait now just for Skulpina to now complete his pit stop, and that'll then give us a good result of what's going to happen towards the end and who's going to be where. I think Skulk, without having too many major issues, this car is going to win. But they do still have one pit stop. It's currently just gone 1:15 midday in Suzuka. We started very fresh and early this morning, 3 o'clock in fact. So that's almost with the time acceleration, it's essentially a 12 hours at Suzuka, although it's only 6 hours real time. Optimum track 33, air temperature 24. As Krobler completes his drive through and comes out the pits, just in the bottom of the picture, in 5th place still. Everyone else a good couple of laps apart from each other, except for Martin Jabeur, who's 38 seconds behind Brits. Joandre Brits. That's a gap between 6th and 7th. Ryan Ottens pushing hard in the KK Racing Bentley. His last lap was a 2:03 versus Martin Jabé up ahead of him at 2:06. That is, here's Martin coming up into the start finish through the chicane, runs it a bit deep. Ryan Otten's going through Spoon. That's the gap for that race between 8th and 9th place, and that's for position. So if Ryan can keep it clean and nail 3-4 seconds a lap for the next 15 laps, he'll have caught Martin Jabé by the end of the race. Jude Stewart with a 5-second penalty for something. Come on, my mouse. Okay, Mark McGear currently going through the last chicane and down onto the start-finish line. He's starting lap 146. Not really racing with the Lexus, but the Lexus can't exactly go past. Mark runs it a little bit hot into turn first kink. Main turn, gets around okay. And here we go through the snake section in first sector. This is about clipping every apex exactly right and with the right speed. Swinging the car back around to the other side of the track here, so you can then turn left to make this apex and accelerate and get the drive out. That little kink. And then this little kink. Catches you out that corner. Hard braking now for the sharp right underpass and off to the hairpin. Right, at the hairpin now, Terence Ferreira is just coming to the underpass. So that gap's 14.8 seconds now. With the 15-second penalty. So the gap's under 30 seconds now, 29 seconds between Ferreira and McGear. Jaco Pretorius coming through the S sections, also on lap 146, long way back in 4th on his own. Peter Krobler all on his own in 5th place, just finishing the S section. 145 laps. Jude Stewart in 6th place, 144 laps in the Lemon, all on his own. 7th place, Jean-Andre Brits, 143 laps in the Lexus on the start-finish line. And Martin Jabé, also on 143 laps here, has just gone through Spoon. So Martin Jabé's 30 seconds back between 8th and 7th, and 48 minutes left of this race. 9th place, also on 143 laps, Ryan Ottens coming down to Spoon, probably the same gap back from Martin Jabé, about 30 to 40 seconds. 30, yeah. 9th place, J.K. Minnar. I know it says 10th, but on my timing screen, I've got Aldo Bellingen in 9th, who was driving alone in the Lambo, and so that's messed up the timing somewhere. And then Ruan Annandale, 11th, Datus Emink in 12th place, 138 laps. Wynand Kaskorp also on 138 laps. And this gap is Datus going up the the back straight towards 130R. And Wynand, oh, this is quite close now. There he is up the road. That's about a 5-second gap here. 4 seconds. However, Datus is carrying the 15-second penalty, so Wynand Kaskorp is actually in 12th place. There we go. That's the whole field as we come down to 45 minutes left. Well, it's been an awesome 5 hours, 15 minutes. Some great racing here at the ASUS Republic of Gamers 6 hours of Suzuka. Partnered by Mettlestate and powered by RaceFace. Managed to have some good interviews with drivers. I'll see if there's anyone standing by right now. I haven't chatted to anyone for a bit. Doe Gerber. Let me get Doe on board here. Where's my mouse? Here it is. Doe, how's it? Are you there? It's Alan. Hello? Hello? Anyone there? No. Okie dokie. Well, we'll see later. No changes yet. Skulk Pinar with 45 minutes to go still has to get in the pits. Goes through the chicane onto the start finish line and starts another lap. I think they're going to do like a 2 minutes from the end pit stop for the last pit stop. That's what's going to happen here. They're going to leave us in suspense. Zander, hello. How are you? Come and have a chat with me quickly. Come and join my the interview room pro-am. The interview room am. Just climb in there and I'll pull you into the room. See if he's there. No. Thunder, you coming? Let's see what's happening up here between Mark and Ferreira. Mark McGeer coming through the snake section. Terence Ferreira into the bottom corner with the 15 seconds, so 18 seconds plus 15. Okay, that gap's stretching out a little bit now. Okay, I can't see you there yet, Zander. You want to come have a chat in the commentary booth? Come and find Interview Room AM. Enter there and I'll bring you into the media room, into the commentary booth. If you can hear me. Oh, there you are. Yeah, but Zander. Zander. Hello.
How's
Yes.
it, Alan?
How are you? Good. How are you?
Not lekker, man. Not lekker.
So, man, what happened to you guys?
Well, we went up quite good.
Yeah.
And when we did the changeover,
Yeah.
I was 8 seconds ahead of position number 9. And all of a sudden, we noticed that this guy is catching up. So we were thinking of maybe he made a modification in the file. And he was catching up significantly. Next moment, he was 3 seconds behind, and we couldn't find out what the problem is.
Okay.
Because we then went off the track, and we noticed that our pedals was working at 70% all of a sudden.
Oh no. So you
we
had
did
a hardware
quick driver
failure.
swap. Yeah, so we did a quick driver swap. We came up again, and next moment, when Louis was finished, we did a driver swap again, and I lost connection. I couldn't get up to the server
Oh
again.
no, man. Sure, terrible.
As Louis was pitting, we were trying to rectify the problem. His screen went blue again.
Jesus.
So we just called it quits. We're not gonna fight back.
Yeah, alright. So it was a complete technical failure on all the hardware, everything.
Yeah, everything. Nothing was working in sync today.
Oh, shame, man. Sorry, but.
Yeah, all the practice and hours went down the drain.
Yeah, well, it's racing, pal.
Yeah, next time.
Next time.
Definitely.
Did you at least enjoy yourself, Zander?
Sorry?
Did you at least enjoy yourself, pal?
Yeah, no, we did. I had the privilege of racing on a superior rig today.
Okay, cool.
So
And the rest of your team and that, how they doing?
we have Mike McGeer in second place.
Okay.
And the rest of the other team, I'm still busy catching up with them.
Okay, cool.
But they're doing quite good in the pro
Yeah.
division.
This is going to get very close with Mike McGeer and Ferreira, because Ferreira's carrying this 15-second penalty, but he's only 30 seconds back, and there's 40 minutes left of this race. So Mike's got to maintain his lap counts every lap for him to stay in second.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Cool,
Hopefully
man.
our strategy will work.
Awesome, man. And very sorry to hear about your problems, buddy. I'm sorry.
Not a problem. Next one, we'll do it again.
Cool, man. Thanks for joining me.
Thanks for all the hard work, guys. We
Thanks.
really appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, buddy.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Bye. So that was Zander Klingen from Head Principal Team BWR. Shame, also having a complete hardware failure. Yeah. Excuse me. This stuff certainly isn't foolproof. Problems do occur and happen, so there's no way you can guarantee you won't get a disconnect or you won't have something fail. That kind of stuff. So yeah, tough. Anyway, back to the race. Mike currently 15 seconds, and what's their split gap? This way it's 31. So alright, Mark's actually driving away now from Ferreira. Ferreira seems to be having some ping issues. As you can see, the car's not looking too right on the track. So I think they're having a internet connection, and his pings, you can see a little red line going up and down next to his name. So that is a sign that he's having an IP issue, for those of you who are wondering what's going on. And should that persist, there's a good chance they might drop their connection, and these guys are in third place. So Pretorius here, Jaco Pretorius in the Mercedes, they are on the same lap, and they are also, however, carrying a 15-second penalty. But the gap from them to Ferreira is quite big. But if Ferreira is having problems on the track, here's Terence going through the hairpin, and here's Jaco going through the... So he's about 20 seconds back, plus a 15-second penalty. So it's about 35 seconds in total between fourth and third. So we'll see how that pans out going towards the end of the race. How's Datus doing? Datus down there, he's carrying a penalty. Manant in 12th place. Oh, I think he's passed him, and Datus is just behind him. Yes. So this position's changed now. Bane Hunter's gone past him, so they're up into 12th. Datus, or is Datus catching him? I can't remember anymore. But that gap is, it's only about, 8 seconds. So let's see how this goes. Ruan in the Aston in 11th place, pretty much all on his own. J.K. Minnow in the Ferrari is 10th. Martin Joubert here is 9th. So this gap is close. This is 20 seconds between Joubert and Minnow in the Ferrari. As we get to 30 minutes left of this race, 5.5 hours have gone past. It's been an amazing journey. It's been a little bit problematic for some of the team. There's a few penalties hanging over some heads here, but I can't see anything much changing except for this IP or this ping problem for Mr. Ferreira. Terence Ferreira's, he was in the pits now. He's just come out the pits. And Jakob Pretorius is in the pits. So these were additional pit stops these guys needed to top up the tanks. So that would have helped Pretorius to pass Ferreira. With him also pitting, that's gone out the window. So they're not going to catch Ferreira now. Terence is out going through the snake section. And here's the lead in the pits. So that's theirs finished. That's the last stop they had to do, compulsory. And they're out with a whole lap to spare to Mike McGeer, who's through the first S sectors. So great drive from these guys. Barring a huge technical malfunction, they should win this this division, AM division, easily. Mike McGeer currently running second place. Got a bit of traffic ahead of him. Needs to just keep this clean. Cockpit drive here. Annandale being shown the flag, so he should move and stay over. Mike goes down the inside. Great move. Up ahead it's Bernard Karsop in the McLaren and Moss in the Audi here. Big ones to go through 130R. Good lap done by Mike. Comes through the last chicane onto the start finish line. And this lap, his previous was a 2:05. Let's see what this is. Does a 2:04.7 on that lap. So keeping up the pace and pushing as hard as he can. Oh, runs a little wide, as does somebody else in the background. That's Annandale in the other Aston Martin, having a huge off in 11th. Still coming back on. There we go. So Mike McGeer going through the S-bends. Fraser Cooper is just ahead of him. So Fraser's dropped off completely from this dust. He's Mark's in fact almost lapping now Fraser Cooper. So, but let's see what goes on here. So Fraser's carrying a 15-second penalty. So is Wentworth in 4th. So it doesn't matter what happens where they finish. They're both carrying an extra 15 seconds each, and the gap between them is 29 or 30 seconds. So it's a 45-second gap between Fraser Cooper and William Wentworth as they come across a whole heap of traffic. Everyone trying to dive out the way. Pinar's there, Wentworth's there, Immink, Annandale, everyone's trying to get through here. Pinar makes it through, Wentworth follows him, and there we go. Now the issues, Annandale coming down the inside here. Yep, okay. Datas in the blue Aston, who's chasing Vaynant. Vaynant's up at the top of 130R and getting to the chicane. So Vaynant's on his way onto the start-finish line for another lap as we get to 30 minutes and counting. YouTube channel still got a good 30 plus, 34 people visiting, watching. Great to have you on board. Feel free to ask any questions if you do have any. I can either find out if I don't know. Ryan Ottens in the Bentley. How are we doing here? 8th place. 151 laps, and he's a lap behind Jean-Andre Brits. So that's kind of a net finishing position for them, I think. So Jude Stewart in 6th place is carrying a 5-second penalty. On the start finish line, Jean-Andre Brits is at the end of the first sector, so he's a good almost 3/4 of a lap behind, and that's between 7th and 6th. Cooper going into Spoon. Wentworth coming under the bridge. Underpass. That's the gap between 3rd and 4th. Divan on YouTube. Chances of Brits making end on same tank? Genre. I really can't recall. I haven't been watching the Lexuses or their pit stops all the times. It's I'm man alone here, so I can't record when they were last in. But let's see what the gap is. So Ryan is at the hairpin. Jean-Andre is gone through 130R and coming up to the chicane. So that's a good 40-second gap. So yes, all right. Good point, Ivan. Let's see. If Brits goes in other words, if he doesn't have enough fuel to get to the end, then yes, you've got a 7th to 6th position change here. So something worth watching. Thanks for bringing that one up, man. Steve. Yeah. I understand. You're hoping he's got a pit or something, but I'll let him know, man. I've got a little button here I can push and it goes, Alan to Brits, time to pit. Sorry, guys, I can't do that. But let's keep an eye on this. We'll see what happens. I can't see any other change happening between Cooper and Wentworth, 3rd and 4th, because they're both carrying the 15 seconds, and that gap's huge, like 30-40 seconds. So the realistic one is this one. Ryan Otten's making the jump over Jean-Andre Brits in this Lexus, so I'm not too sure. I don't have stats on telling me how long they've been out for, any of that kind of information. That would actually be quite cool. Sure, there's another tool that can tell us that, but I don't know what it is. I also can't see the dash or any of the gauges as far as I know. Dash Pro? No. Dash. No. Helmet? I can't see a fuel gauge. Yes, I can. 20 liters. Alright, stand by. If that's correct, that says 20 liters in the top right hand corner. If that's his actual fuel tank, there's no way how much are these cars using per lap? 2 point something, I think, or 3 points. 8 laps. I don't know, guys. I can't tell you. Yeah, okay, so that's a lap time, 2:05. No, it only shows 20 liters on all cars. Yeah, okay, I tried. I give up. Lap times. Jandre, last lap was a 2:05.5. Ryan was a 2:03.2. Made up a good 2 seconds there. Ryan going over start finish line now. This lap is a 2:03.8 versus 2:05.5. So Jandre heading down towards the kink in the underpass. Ryan only just starting the first sector. So gap still large with 26 laps to go. The only thing can be put down to a pit stop. I am watching my screen eagerly to see if I see the word pit jump up anywhere right now. Cool, cool, cool. Other races we know is Wynand. Wynand coming up to huge traffic. Datus is falling back now. So Wynand's clearly passed. Wynand's driven away from Datus Emink in the last sector, last segment of the race. Does have Mike McGear and Pina and everybody to contend with as far as, well, they would have just gone past him, let's be honest. So, oh, and he's going in the pits. Oh no, he's just hammered the pits. Wynand Kastorp, what are you doing? That was terrible. He drove into the barrier and he's put a huge amount of damage on that car. Sorry, Wynand, that was bad luck there. Datus is now going to come past you guys, unless they've got a pit. So he's coming on to the start finish. And Wynand with a DT, yep, he's sped into the pit lane. Okay, well, that's the end of that race. Okay, no, that was the drive-through that he had to serve. Got you. Thank you. Jeez. Kind of really pranned the car up as he flew in there, so he's hurt that car. There's Datus right in front of him, so this gap is, although Datus is carrying 15 seconds, so Wynand is still ahead of him. All that panic for nothing. Somebody better let Wynand know that though, because if he thinks he's got to chase him down to close that gap, then he'll cause possibly more drama. At the moment he is still in 12th place and Datus is in 13th. At least some action. Yep. Ryan coming through the kink down to the underpass. Janae just finished through Spoon and behind Wentworth, or Wentworth might have just gone past him. Cooper, Wentworth, everything's looking stable here. Fraser going into the S-Bends. Oh, the Ferraris in the JK Minnar took a little bad number through the corners there. Through the snake section. Back on the track and going. White flag, carry on. Skalpina. Last lap, a 201.7. And they've improved their best down to a 201.5. So, a very polished result from these guys with just over 20 minutes to go. Steve on the channel, thank you. It's been some awesome racing all around, all the teams, all the way down, up, everywhere. It's the 6 hours is what it is. It's an endurance race and you can all pat yourself on the back. completing this race alone is a feat, and unfortunate for a lot of guys, Sunday, etc., with huge technical problems. Aldo Bellingen, if you're listening, we so wanted you to keep on going in that Lambo. We don't know what happened. I'd love to know, but bad luck, man. Maybe you can get online and come and tell us. And with that said, 20 minutes left. We're winding down the last 20 minutes of the ASUS Republic of Gamers 6 hours of Suzuka, partnered by Mettlestate and powered by RaceFace. Peter Krobler going through the snake section. He's 158 laps. William Wentworth going up the back straight through 130R. It's a good 40 plus seconds ahead in that gap. Jean-Andre Brits in the Lexus and Ryan Ottens just coming into Spoon, so that gap's still quite big. Lexus stays out. Yes, Lexus stays out. Devon. Yeah. Gap to Brits under 30 seconds. Last lap over the line, Jean-Andre Brits was a 206.4. Ryan has just done a 203.6. That's a whole 3 seconds. So make no mistake, Ryan is driving the wheels off this Bentley. And we'll keep a good eye out on this and see how he does for 20 minutes. Jean-Andre through the underpass. Don't know if there's any traffic ahead. Yes, there is. It's at the back. Well, mind you, Mark McGear went past him, so he won't be passing Mark McGear. Let's see further up the road if there's any more traffic. Oops. This guy's turning things and changing things. So Jean-Andre is not happy with something and he's altering something in the car. That animation doesn't do that for nothing. So he does it again. I'm just listening to the engine tone. Agreed, Devon, he is in the zone. Jean-Andre is not happy with something in this car. We'll watch his lap time as he goes over the start-finish line here, and then we'll catch up with Ryan Ottens and see what he does. So this lap, it's a 207.5. Right, guys, hold on to your hats, but Jean-Andre is not happy in this car. He's adjusting a whole lot of things on the car, as we saw. That was a 207. Ryan coming down the start-finish line. And this lap is a 203.4. So a whole 4 point something seconds caught up there. So yeah, make no mistake, Ryan's charging. Let's I'm going to keep an eye on this. Jean-Andre Brits is catching the back of Mike McGear, so Mike might be slaying him up a little. Ooh, that's going to be a problem. Jean-Andre Brits running very wide going through that kink and under the underpass. That's going to have slowed him up hugely. Yeah. XX bad intents, changing mapping to save fuel. Are they running out of petrol in the Lexus? Down to 18 minutes. I'll tell you what, you're going to see Ryan Ottens in the background very shortly. Brits heading towards Spoon. Ottens, okay, he's only getting to the hairpin now, so that gap's still quite big, but let's keep an eye on this. Redan Verster went to map 2 but changed it back to map 1. Okay, so Jandre's changing stuff and fiddling with stuff, and he's caught up to the back of Mike McGear. Excuse me. He hammers it over the last chicane. And coming down the inside of the start-finish straight, he's actually looking to get back past Mike McGear for an unlap. He had to brake hard there. So he had to brake to let Mike come take the racing line through by the looks of things. Okay, Redan, thanks for that. He rechecked, he's happy with the fuel. In the other car, Steve Snow saying Ryan has Thor behind him saying it's hammer time. Hit it. That lap was a 2:06.5. Ryan, a 2:04. Takes another 2 seconds out of that gap. And the time is 15 minutes and counting. Up ahead, Mike McGear. Yeah, he has in fact, Brits has gone through. So Mark's still clear. Fraser Cooper and William Wentworth, no changes here. They're both carrying 15 seconds. So the only real change that can happen is Jude, Jean-Andre Brits and Ryan Ottens. So we'll keep an eye on this for a couple of minutes. Jean-Andre is definitely lapping a little slower than Ryan Ottens is. So he's trying hard to keep up a good pace and to keep up the gap. That gap officially is 21.3 seconds. So with 15 minutes to go. 6, 14. So 7, let's say 8 laps. 8 more laps and Ryan Ottens makes up 3 seconds a lap. That's 24 seconds. Let's just say. So what was the gap? 23. They're going to literally be on top of each other. However, I don't believe Ryan's going to be making up 3 seconds a lap every lap. But you never know. Jean-Andre lap. A 2:06.762. Ryan Ottens onto the start finish. So this needs to be a 2:03. It is. It's a 2:03.1. So that's 3.5 seconds on that lap. This will be incredible, actually. Going to be a good race to watch. A stop and go cleared for somebody. Right, we're down 2 at 13 minutes. This is 6-7 laps. We're almost at the end of the 6 hour. The Suzuka 6 hours. Partnered by Mettlestate and powered by RaceFace. And Ryan Ottens is hammering this Bentley right now. Bertus, hello, are you there, sir?
I am indeed.
How are you, sir?
I am very well. I thought I'll check in for one last time
awesome,
before the end of the race. Yeah, just over 10 minutes to go.
Yep. We're watching the last possible dice and position change that can happen. Ryan Ottens in the Bentley is charging at Jean-Andre Brits, just ahead of him by 17 seconds. This gap is changing by 3 to 4 seconds a lap, and
wow,
based on our calculation, they're going to be next to each other on the last lap.
anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
The thing is, the car in front will also start to feel the pressure when he sees the gap closing down. So that might also lead to a few mistakes and
exactly.
Make things quite interesting.
So he's just gone over the line, another 206.1. Ryan Ottens has just done a 203.6. So he's doing 3 seconds every lap, and that 17 seconds is going to be...
Yeah, this is one to watch.
Yeah, 6 laps to go at 2 minutes a lap. Yeah, it's going to get close.
I love that Bentley.
I know you do. I've had a good race with you in your Bentley, your big black and pink one. It's an awesome sounding car, I must say. And I'm a huge Pepper fan.
Oh yes.
I saw him at Kyalami, and I follow him. As much as I like the Van der Lindes and the Audis, I've always liked the Bentley. And when it won at Bathurst for the first time, I literally lost the plot. I was going berserk.
I quite enjoy that one as well.
Yeah.
Being a Bentley fan and driving my preferred choice of car when I start up ACC for myself. It's it feels nice. I'm about a second slower in any other car, so for some reason it just
works for you.
Works for me.
You know what I have found, and I must be honest, Bertus, in South Africa we drive our cars on the right hand side, but ever since we started with AC and ACC, we've been in the left hand side, left hand drives. And when ACC came out and I got in the Bentley and I was like, it's here, I seriously struggled. I could hardly drive the car.
Yeah, it was a bit of an adjustment, but now I can't drive anything else.
Oh, really? Have you got that used to it?
Yeah.
Wow.
No, really, it's a bit difficult now to get used to anything else. So but it just again shows you how great this game is, or this sim.
Agreed.
It really captures you. You're like it almost feels like that Bentley is in my garage.
Yeah, it's your baby. I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
What's been happening in Div Pro?
Pro things has been
who's winning?
Steady so far. For the AM viewers, we've got Sherrod in front for Team White Rabbit Gaming.
Okay.
165 laps. They're about a lap ahead of Zaire Essa.
Okay.
And Leslie Stern, and then they are about a lap ahead of Leslie Oliphant and Kieran Patterson.
Awesome.
And then behind them we've got Christos Basson, Jason Webb, and Paul Gerber in 4th, 5th, and 6th. And there's about a gap of 9 seconds between Webb and Basson, and 9 seconds about 18 seconds between Gerber and Webb. So so it's pretty spaced out at the moment. I think if any one of the number 4, 5, and 6 make a mistake, there could still be a bit of a race there.
Yeah.
But for the rest of it, it's pretty steady at the moment.
Okay.
But I mean it's the nature of endurance racing.
Endurance racing.
After a couple of hours, you see that the guys with the consistent pace leading, and the guys in the they're sort of spaced out, and you. But there's always it's always nice to follow the battles down the order from time to time.
Yes.
I know there's a team, Rad Racers in 11th, and they are gunning for 10th position.
Yes.
And there's still something up for grabs there, with the prize money going down to 10th. So So something can still happen there.
No, good.
So it's so far so good.
Versus, I just want to come and jump in here, and I mean, with 8 minutes left of the race, just to point out the amount of effort that's been going in behind the scenes. Is there anything you'd like to say to the admin guys? That I know you guys have been working tirelessly for the 6-hour event, and also just give us a little bit of insight of what made you guys how did you come up with putting this whole 6 hour together, and especially giving the AM guys, which is where usually I race, the opportunity to get some TV coverage, and a big thank you to Alan for being here for majority of the race.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Stephen, to answer your question, we specifically decided to have an AM race just for you, and then you decided to rather cast instead of racing. But no,
I'll be the safety car.
So, yeah, as I said earlier to Alan, I think we did one of the first endurance races on ACC in SA, and that was last year already.
Yes.
And that was scheduled for the end of our season that we had at that stage, and then we decided we did a 3 hour of Spa first, and then at the end of our first season of 2020, we scheduled a 6 hour for Kailami, and then so this is sort of our end of season grand finale. Get everyone together for one final big race, and it's also for us. It's a kind of a showpiece event. It's where we try to just get a bit more exposure, and hopefully people will see what we do, what RaceFace can put up, and
Awesome. Yep.
and hopefully the racing is up to standard, and hopefully everything works as it should, and hopefully all the drivers have a good experience, and hopefully with all of that we get we can grow the community and grow our leagues.
Yes.
That's really awesome. And we've got Ottens from Kai Racing lying in 8th place with a beautiful livery. But Al, I mean, give us your thoughts of, you've been here going the whole 6 hours.
Yeah.
All the racing from start to finish. What's your thoughts of the whole race in terms of the 6 hour?
No, look, it's been great. The guys have done really well. Like Berta said, because they're endurance race, it's an endurance race. You will see the more consistent drivers. The cream rises to the top, and the guys who have kept their noses clean will be at the sharp end of the stick. Unfortunately, in this race, Skulkpina and his team have been so good that they've lapped the entire field. So they kind of bordering. Maybe should have been in pro division, or else they just, they've done really well for their qualifying times. But the rest of the teams, listen, make no mistake, I've been watching, and we are watching. The reason we're watching Ottens is because he has eliminated a 30-second gap to Joandre Brits, and it's down to 10 seconds with 4 minutes left. So this is coming down to the last lap. He's been doing 3 seconds a lap quicker every lap. And then further down, you've got Kassop and Datus Emmink that have been racing each other. So it doesn't matter where on the log, on the grid you look, there's always ends up a little dice and a little bit of a competition all the way through. Even though there's laps in between them, there's little clusters of races that happen. And the guys have been doing awesomely well, for the whole 6 hours. I have spoken to Zander and a few guys that had some technical failures, similar to Jardia pedals failing, and they couldn't change drivers in the pits, and then the car reset to 0 laps. Some really strange things, but it's racing. It's not going to take long. In a few weeks' time, I'm sure there'll be talk of the next endurance race, and everyone who's here is just going to enter, and we'll start the whole ball rolling once again. And Bertus will he'll be smiling from year to year from an admin point of view for RaceFace and the exposure.
Absolutely, and I think speak on behalf of all the drivers. Big thank you to Bertus and the team for getting us all sorted and being part of it. And we've also got to say a big thank you to all the drivers, the families, and to the fans that are currently watching and supporting the drivers. Without them, we wouldn't be racing. I'd be just a guy sitting in my room with a microphone yapping away.
Exactly. Yeah, Bertus, thanks, man. It was awesome, and it's been a privilege to be part of your scene and helping you with this race. And I hope it grows from strength to strength, and I'll be available again should you need me.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks. Now that I have the opportunity at the end of the race, 2 minutes left. Thanks, Aaron. We appreciate it so much.
Awesome, man.
Taking your time out of a Sunday to help with this race and giving the AM guys some exposure. And Stephen, while you're here, also a big thank you to you for being available and slotting in with us so easily and just and also your the extra bits that you bring to the party with your experience in the real world and so on. We appreciate it and we look forward to working with you going forward.
Oh, thank you very much. I've actually got tears in my eyes. But also, we've got to give a big shout out with only 1 minute and 54 seconds left of the race. A big thank you to the RaceFace team for putting us all together, Mettlestate for coming to the party and working with us, and ASUS, Republic of Gamers as well, going and joining up, and also putting a prize up on the line for Pro and for AM. I mean, that's a big help for them, and a big thank you to it, and we look forward to working with you guys again.
Yeah,
indeed. Guys, I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna jump in with the Pro division quickly, and then I'll go wrap up some other stuff. But thanks again, and thanks to everyone watching, and we hope to put up another one of these soon.
Cool.
I'll see you shortly, and I'll be running up to Pro just now. I want to see the end of the AM race with only 1 minute left of the race. Pinot leading it out, McGray going in second place, and Cooper lying in third place. Alan, give us a bit of a thoughts of how you're feeling about this whole thing with Ketchup and Brits going and duking out, and Otten's just running mileage and climbing up through the field.
Yeah, huge. It's at this point in the race now with a couple of minutes or seconds left, you got to think back and go, geez, if I didn't spin there, or I didn't brake here, or I didn't wait for this guy there, I'd be ahead of the guy ahead. These guys have got 1 lap to go. They're not going to get over the line and it's finished. Oh, he spun. I don't believe it. Oh, I've just lost the plot. Brits has just thrown the car away out of 5th place. There's the position change with 8 seconds left in the race. Steve, you saw it for yourself, man.
Commentator's curse, true as it is.
Wow.
0-0 on the clock, final lap.
I so feel for him. Jeez, Jandre Stewart must be kicking himself. He threw it away. Sorry, not Jude Stewart. Jandre Brits. He's here. He's going through the S-bends. He threw it away on the last. Oh my word! You guys, you got to go watch the replay to see that happen. I cannot believe it. With 10 seconds left of the race. Shame, man.
We got to give a big thing to Pinot though, as he just needs to cross the line. So I think let's take a look at Pinot. Give him a bit of a saving grace for the whole team.
Yep, well done.
Cheering him on, working his way off the back straight, heading into the Casio chicane. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, C&M Racing, well done to them, heading onto the main straight. 6 hours of Suzuka.
Well
Here
done.
they come.
That was amazing. Flashing lights, yeah.
That is a way to do it. C&M Racing taking first place for the 6-hour endurance race powered by RaceFace in partnership with Mettlestate. ASUS, Republic of Gamers, also coming to the party, but I'm sure the team must be going mad.
They must be. It's 172 laps in 6 hours. Second place, Mike McGeer, completing 170 laps. He is, in fact, still on a lap. They've still got to get to the start-finish line. So it's not over for the entire field. They're all still racing. But Mike easily on his own in second place. Fraser Cooper just a few seconds back in third, but carrying a 15-second penalty. Wentworth is over the line, so that's done for them. So your top three being Pinar, McGeer and Cooper. Excellent effort by those guys.
William Brimbo Wentworth going across the line and finishing up in that 4th place for the Kaike Racing team. So bravo to them. And we've got Krobler in 5th place. Look, he's come up to the line as well.
Yeah.
working his way through the Casio triangle, and you can bet the team must be going mad for the Omen Racing and loving it. 6 hours of racing, done and dusted, Ottens, Brits, Amdal, and Emick, also Van and Kersop went across the line, and it's absolutely fantastic. Here comes McGear, who's racing for Black Widow Racing, and trying to take it slowly. They're all trying to just get across the line.
Yeah, I think it was a photo shoot, but he had to actually go around them to get to the line because he's still racing. Cooper there in the distance just coming over for third place behind him. So that wasn't that cheapers. Although Cooper's carrying, as I say, the 15 seconds, that was pretty close. So excellent. Well done. Steve, thank you for your time joining me in the booth. It's been a pleasure chatting with you, my man.
Absolutely, and you're gonna have a chat with these guys at the end, and come join us in the pro as we are on our last 8 minutes of the race.
Good. I'll be up there shortly. Thank you very much. Awesome, ladies and gentlemen, YouTube guys. Oh my word, that blew me away. I'm so sorry about that overexcitement, but jeepers, that Ryan Ottens and Jude Stewart. We've watched that for the whole last hour, literally, and it came down to the last lap, and poor what's his name, threw it away right on that chicane. So that's that. I'm going to put my stream into some music mode, or I think I'm finished. There's nothing more for me to stream here, so you guys can come and join us on the other side to watch the finish of the other race. Thank you to everyone who joined me on YouTube, and it was great being here and being part of the 6 hours. And I'm going to say, have a relaxing rest of your Sunday.